Just you and I, you and I know I'll be fine as long as you are here tonight. And you know that if you go down, I go down, pick you up again, call on me now. You know how, let me be your friend. If you go down, I go down, lift you up again. Do it one more time, we'll be fine, baby, you and I. We'll just try, do it one more time, get it right, baby, you and I. We do it one more time. We do it one more time.
In the night, we rise up fast, hearts of fire, shadows cast. Scream our names out loud and clear. No more hiding, no more fear. Leather jackets shining bright, blazing trails through the night. Iron days on the prowl, rise In the wild we call our home, wind in hair and in our veins. Never lose, we break the chains. Crimson skies and neon lights, in a world it's always night. Sisterhood, and that's our bond, iron days we carry on. Iron days, head held high, we break the chains, we touch the sky. Feel the power, hear our roar, we are fearless evermore. All in the night, we rise up fast, hearts of fire, shadows cast. Scream our names out loud and clear. No more hiding, no more fear. Iron days on the track, now we're driving, no looking back. Roaring engines take the lead, victory's all that they need. Helmet tight, hands on the wheel, lightning speed is what they feel. Burning rubber, leaving marks, chasing dreams, igniting sparks. Cruising to victory, hear them roar. Iron days forever store. Fast and fierce, leave them behind. Racing hearts, one of a kind. Crowd goes wild, lights flash bright. Iron days rule the night. Speeding legends making history, chasing glory fiercely free. Adrenaline in their veins, facing wind and pouring rains. Driven minds won't lose sight, champions ride into the night. Cruising to victory, hear them roar. Iron days forever store. Fast and fierce, leave them behind. Racing hearts, one of a kind. Crowd goes wild, lights flash bright. Iron dames rule the night. Speeding legends making history, chasing glory fiercely free. Adrenaline in their veins, facing wind and pouring rains. Driven minds won't lose sight, champions ride into the night. Cruising to victory, hear them roar. Iron days forever
Come on over to my house. We'll get something going on upstairs. Oh, so it's not enough you blind people get all the best parking. Now you think you're too good for me? Well, I'm too good for you, mister. Who am I kidding? I am so in love.
I'm starting to enjoy these clandestine meetings, Jimmy. The subterfuge, the intrigue, the covertness of it all.
Me too. And by the way, if Cookie ever asks, we meet here every night. Anyway, I need permission to go out of town.
Impossible. Your witness protection agreement strictly forbids it.
But it's really important.
Important? How so?
All right, I'll level with you. Cheech built himself a rocket. He's always been a, what do you call it, amateur rocket.
Rocketeer, yes.
So, he was gonna go out to the woods and launch the thing. We don't want to do it in the city and blow our cover.
James McDougal, I know you well enough to know when you're telling a lie, and frankly, this one is a doozy.
All right, you got me. We just want to go to Moose Jaw. We hear the tacos are pretty good.
Moose Jaw? That's hardly out of town. It's just down the road, practically a suburb. Permission granted. For Canada! And naming cities when you're drunk!
What are you doing?
I'm in love with the blind guy, so I'm trying to learn sign language. But it's useless. I should just forget about him. He only dates smart girls. I faked a lot of things in my life, but never smart.
All right, Petey. I searched your room, the attic, and the garage. Where's the pornography?
Mother, I don't have any pornography.
Don't give me that. If you've got porn, you're a pervert. And if you don't have porn, then why the hell don't you have porn? Because boys your age have porn.
That's not to say I don't know my way around a woman's body.
Ew.
What I don't get is how the kid knows where Capone's vault is.
I told you, I'm only doling out information on a need-to-know basis.
This kid, she kills me.
Al Capone's tunnels. I'm impressed, and I'm not easily impressed.
Hey, look, cows.
What? Cows? Whoa, would you look at that? Cows, Jimmy, look! Jimmy, just being in the same place Al Capone hung out has got me all excited.
I've been excited since we pulled out a vagina.
Yeah, me too. So let's get to it already. Crack open a sewer cover, let's find them tunnels.
Treat, please. All right, we're in.
All right, you mugs. I'm your tour guide, see? You do as I say, see? One wrong move and you get it, see?
Who does this punk think he is, ordering us around?
Take it easy, it's part of the show.
Let's start the tour, see? This way to Al Capone's tunnels, see?
If he says see again, I'm blowing his head off.
Did Capone dig these tunnels himself?
No, they were dug by Chinese immigrants working under terrible conditions. Terrible, I tells ya.
Did the Chinese then use these tunnels to deliver food?
Pull back. The vault should be somewhere around here.
Again, how does she know all of this?
Shut your pie hole and make yourself useful.
Careful, my soft spot.
It's this one.
For the last time, how the hell does she know all of this?
Al Capone's treasure. Get ready to be rich!
Whoa! It's actually Al Capone!
This is unbelievable.
That's it? That's the treasure? What a f***ing rip-off! We go through all this trouble, and what do we get? Jewels, cash, gold? No, a stinking Al Capone-sicle.
Hey, a little respect for a dead homie. Oh my God, you're alive!
Oh my God, you're fat!
Hey, is that nice?
I thought we were having a stating the obvious contest. Who the heck are you mugs?
I'm Jimmy. This is my Uncle Cheech.
I'm your biggest Jimmy, Mr. Uncle.
I'm Gina. I'm the one who sprung ya.
You're a legend to us gangsters everywhere, Mr. Capone.
Thanks. Why don't you call me Al? So, fellas, we back in business?
The short answer is no.
The word no makes me sour, Jimmy. Give me the long answer.
Well, for starters, it's the 21st century.
You pulling my leg? I got into that contraption in 1932. I was facing hard times, see? One day, my associate Frank Nitti found a hobo who looked just like me. It was like looking in a mirror, see? So I offered him 1,000 beans to do my time for me. This egghead who made booze for me invented a freezing machine. He wanted to use it to freeze ketchup, but I had another idea. Thaw me when they paroled a hobo. wonder what happened to that fella. So you two are gangsters, eh? I could use a couple of mugs like you. I'm gonna start over, see? You two are getting in on the ground floor. It's the second coming of Al Capone. How does $2 grand a year sound?
Really? You want us to work for you?
You're darn tootin'. First things first, we gotta find a supplier for our whiskey.
Booze is legal now. They repealed prohibition.
Damn that Roosevelt! You get his. Well, there's still gambling, girls, all sorts of rackets. Stick with me, boys, and know what I'm doing.
You are 11 kilometers from Regina.
This gal sounds like a real dish. Thanks, little lady. What do you say we meet up over Manhattan's, and I'll tell you a thing or two?
Prepare to exit right.
Fine, be that way. Boy, 21st century dame sure can give it a hi-hat.
Your face feels very handsome.
Teresa, I'm supposed to do that to see what you look like.
Oh, right. What's your finger reading?
Shakespeare.
Shakespeare. Born in Stratford on Avon? You know, that's where makeup comes from.
Teresa, look, I'm flattered, but when it comes to girls, it's what's inside that counts. I don't care about looks.
Oh my god. You're into fat chicks.
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah? Well, as the saying goes, turn me down once, shame on me. Turn me down twice, go to hell!
Ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, I present to you Mr. Al Capone!
Nice to meet you, Mr. Capone. I'm Bonnie, and this is Clyde. Over there is Amelia Earhart.
Something tells me she's giving me the business.
Let's break out the good china before John Dillinger gets here.
I am so sorry about that, Al.
Hey, if I weren't me, I wouldn't believe I was Al Capone either. Now be a doll and fix me a gimlet, will you?
I have no idea what a gimlet is.
Well, kid, once we're back in business, I'll teach you to mix 100 different drinks. You'd also make a good cigarette girl.
I ain't gonna be no girl in short skirts for nobody. I got bigger plans.
You got moxie, kid. All right, I'll find something for you in the organization. Stick with me and you'll be Charlie Potatoes.
Now you're talking my language. Here, have a beer.
Beer in a can? How do you like that? How do you open this thing?
Can you believe this? We're gonna work for Al Capone!
You think the Mountie will let us do that?
We don't need him. We'll be big shots in the new Capone organization. We'll be on opposite sides of the law like nature intended. Oh, wait. We can't work for Capone. He'll find out I was a rat and he'll deal with me the Chicago way.
What does that mean? He's gonna kill you with a lot of wind?
I'm talking a baseball bat to the head. He can't ever know. And the only way to make sure he never finds out is to tell him we can't work for him. Damn.
Come on, Jimmy, he's a stand-up guy. If he learns it straight from you, he'll respect your honesty. Have I ever steered you wrong?
How can you even say that with a straight face? What's wrong?
Blind boy's treating me like a stereotype. He can't see how hot I am, so he thinks there should be more to me. I said, duh, you just need eyes. Then he got all mad, stormed off, and fell into a fountain.
For starters, maybe you should stop calling him Blind Boy.
Okay, fine. But how do I snare this cripple?
First, go back to Blind Boy. Second, stop trying to act smart. Stop acting anything. Just be yourself.
I don't know what that means.
Well, if you don't know, how's he supposed to know?
I found this in the bathroom. Tell me something, Petey. When Jesus comes back, do you want him to see you abusing your body like that? Do you want our Lord and Savior standing over you while you're slapping the salami like some kind of depraved zoo monkey?
Mom, it isn't...
Oh, you expect me to believe that, do you? Well, just know this. Whenever you think you're alone, Mama's watching.
That won't cause problems later in life.
All right, Jimmy, if we're gonna run a 21st century business, I need to learn your 21st century gizmos. Show me something.
Listen, Al, there's something I gotta tell you.
What's this?
It's a cellular telephone, but Al...
A telephone? How do you like them apples? Operator, get me Klondike 821. Hello? Hello? That screwy dame sleeping on the job.
Al, I really got it.
Look at that! You got moving pictures in your living room.
It's called a television, but...
Who's the colored kid talking?
He's the President of the United States.
I like you, Jimmy. You make me laugh.
Look, Al, I gotta tell you something. Cheech and me, we thought it over. And we can't work for you.
Come on, Jimmy. You can't back out now. I need you.
It's just that I done some terrible things.
We all done terrible things. That's what makes us so good at our jobs.
No, but this one's really, really bad. Even you wouldn't approve.
Come on, Jimmy, you think I didn't do stuff I wasn't proud of? I once shot my Bosch's dog. I had to. I shot my Bosch and the pooch shot the whole thing. Now, come on. Tell your Uncle Al what you did.
Well, promise you won't get mad?
I give you my word. You no-good stool pigeon!
You gave me your word!
I don't gotta keep my word to you, she. You're a squealing little squealer, you low-down rat.
Not the words I'd choose, but yes. But you said you needed me, Al.
You call me Mr. Capone. There's rules in this racket, and you broke them, she. Damn it!
Mr. Capone, come on. Don't do this.
Go ahead and shoot, because I won't rest until you pay for what you've done.
I can't do it.
Then I'll be back. For blood. Your blood.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Hey, Jimmy.
Don't sneak up on me like that!
It's just me.
What do you mean, just me? Did he tell you to say that?
What's wrong with you?
Al Capone's trying to kill me.
Jimmy, I put up with a lot. But give me a break. That guy is not Al Capone.
Yes, he is. We went through these tunnels in this other city and found him cryptomagnetically frozen.
What? You went out of town and he didn't take me?
Where's Uncle Al?
He's not your uncle, but if you see him coming, whistle twice and throw Cheech in front of me. Gina, switch seats. I want my back against the wall.
Pop, that was a car backfiring.
Sounded like a shot.
I know the difference. Look, Pop, for the record, if it comes down to it, I'm on Capone's side.
I don't blame you, kid. With me out of the way, you're gonna need a father figure.
Jimmy, this can't go on. You're hiding it like a little girl. No offense, Gina.
Up yours.
You're intimidated by the fact that he's a legend. Think of him as just a guy who puts on his underwear one hole at a time.
You're right. He's just a guy. I can take just one guy. Hell, I could take 10 guys. In a fight, I want to be clear on that.
That's an interesting outfit, Jimmy.
Shh, you hear that?
What? What is it?
It's too quiet. I don't like this.
What are you talking about?
Just needed a city map.
Check out the water slide. It's a lot of fun.
Eat up, men. There's plenty more where this came from. Boy, this is the best barbecue sauce I've ever eaten. Who made it? I did. I got the recipe from Barbecue Bill. What's in it? What's in it? Why, I'll tell you the recipe. When Barbecue Bill left the Mounties, he handed it down to me. A little of this, a little of that, a piece of old shoe, a part of a hat. Mix together and eat your fill. Sad old Barbecue Bill. Who could this be from?
You gotta help me, McCool. Someone's trying to kill me.
My God, who?
Al Capone.
I left my Mountie barbecue for this?
I'm serious. We found him underground in Moose Jaw in a big block of ice. Now he's out there stalking me and he wants my blood.
This is indeed serious. We must get you to safety before Al Capone finds you and does his worst. There, Jimmy. We'll find a safe haven for you.
Thanks, McCool. I know I could count on you. You can't lock me up! He'll get to me in here! Nothing stops this guy!
This is for your own good, Jimmy. Obviously, the strain of relocation has gotten to you. The doctor assures me that a strenuous regimen of enemas and testicular electroshock will put you right in no time.
Yo, no one's zapping my boys.
You're too far gone to realize it, but I am your friend, and I will see you through this. Pipe in some Kenny G to soothe the poor man.
We need to talk.
Teresa, please.
Put down your bumpy book. I got something to say.
All right, what is it?
You were right about me. The truth is, I don't know who I am. I look to other people to define myself like some crazy one-way mirror. And I'm always afraid that if I don't live up to what they want me to be, they'll ignore me. Or not pay any attention to me at all.
Wow. Underneath the makeup, the fashion, the unbridled sexuality, you're just a scared little girl.
And you're the first boy I've ever met who wants to know that girl.
Oh, Teresa, come here.
Yama Hama, who's that?
Doc, I'm fine. As sane as they come. Now you gotta let me out of here. Yeah, right, Jimmy boy. You outsmarted. Ew.
Come with me if you want to live.
I thought you was on Capone's team.
What am I gonna do? You're my pops. Besides, Capone's broke. He's a schmuck.
Nurse, you gotta help me. Someone's trying to kill me. Oh, crap.
I got an apple to peel with you, Buster.
Al, be reasonable.
I'm wearing a dress. Reason went out the window days ago. We have a code, see? And you broke that code.
Hold on. According to the code, if someone saves your life... Hold on, I got it right here. If someone saves your life, you have to
Sound it out, honey. Reciprocate.
It means never try to kill them.
Let me see that. Well, what do you know? Can't argue with the code. Well, I guess we're even. Put it there, Pally.
Thanks a lot, Al.
Let's dust out of here.
I guess this is where we part ways.
But what will he do? Where will you go?
Every time there's a buck to be made for a legal hooch, I'll be there. Every time a lonely young girl comes to the big city for the first time, I'll be there to force her into prostitution. Every time a truck leaves a warehouse full of valuables, by God, Jimmy, I'll be there.
Goodbye, Uncle Capone.
So long, Al.
Oh! Come now, Jimmy, we've got to make you sane. Doctor, fire up the electroshock room. Jimmy, drop your pants.
How you doing? I'm Jimmy Falcone, now known as McDougal. They say there's two things you can't avoid in life: death and taxes. Wise guys don't pay taxes, which only leaves death. Back in the old neighborhood, the funeral home was doing great business. The guy who ran the place was rolling in dough, strutted around like he owned the frickin' neighborhood. So, we took over the joint. You're fired. At first, it was great. But after a while, my guys were so busy working funerals, none of them were out on the street causing the funerals. I realized you can be a gangster or an undertaker, but you can't be both. Now I live in Regina, Saskatchewan, which is about as much fun as a funeral home.
And it's got more stiffs.
I actually find Regina relaxing.
Petey, this town's DOA. Forget about it.
Let me tell you something about a friend of ours named Jimmy. I made the wise guy and the capo with the gambini. But when he found out that they'd be whacking Uncle Cheech, he take the boss, he threw him from the 19th floor suite. Wasn't much along till the mob all wants him dead. So Jimmy had no choice but to talk to all the feds. The feds say they heard that they could use him as a pawn. So he ratted out his friends and moved to Saskatchewan. Forget about it. Forget about it. Forget about it. Oh, forget about it.
And I am sick and tired of your shenanigans. Every time you and Cheech get into one of your mishaps, Canadian taxpayers have to foot the bill.
You're making a mountain out of moleskin, McCool. Calm down.
I will not. You are on very thin ice here, Jimmy.
Okay, I see what this is about. How much we talking?
That is hardly going to cover the cost of this latest debacle.
What debacle? It's a couple of cows.
This is gonna be great. We're gonna have steak on demand.
I pumped them full of steroids, so they're extra beefy.
Sorry, Jimmy, but my superiors were very clear on the matter. One more mistake, one more hijink, one more incident, and you will be expelled from witness protection. Good day to you, sir. For Canada, where there is a limit to the taxpayers' goodwill.
You guys won't believe what happened.
Petey got a date?
No, I got a summer job.
No way.
Good for you, kid.
I remember my first job. I made a mint off that blue-tinted peanut brittle. What kind of job is it?
That's what I want to know, but Teresa won't tell me.
Well, I could tell you. Or I could show you.
I don't like this. Suppose her summer job is whacking us.
You been drinking paint dinner again?
Think about it. She tricks us with this BS job story, drives us to the middle of nowhere, and pow! Remind me to compliment her before I put one in a dimple.
That's my firstborn you're talking about. If anyone's gonna shoot her, it'll be me.
All right, take off the blindfolds.
Holy crap! We're all the way back in New York!
Teresa, were you speeding? What did we say about speeding, young lady?
It's like a dream, except Mama's not chasing me with the knife. I knew it! She set us up!
It's good to be back.
And cut.
What?
We're not actually in New York. I got a job on a big Hollywood movie filming right here in Regina.
So this is a set? What's the movie?
It's called Wise Guys versus Aliens.
Sounds already funny.
Wait, was there a casting couch involved when you got hired?
No, I'm just an assistant. It's actually a really easy job. Standing around all day sure is hard on your feet.
Please, take my chair. I'll sit on the floor.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Spielberg. I better get to work. I got 10 long hours of sitting, eating, and texting ahead of me.
Kid sounds like an old pro already. Come on, let's take a look around.
Wait! I know what's going on. Rizzo! Open up or I'll break your leg. You still owe me a Cino. Rizzo! Rizzo!
Rizzo's been dead for 10 years, you moron!
Nice try, Rizzo.
What do you want, Kojak? I ain't touching that. What is it? I'm talking to you, Professor X.
Wait, Gina, that's a Buddhist monk.
He don't talk. I think he's on mute.
It's called a vow of silence. Dear parent or guardian, a vision has foretold that a child in this home may be the reincarnation of the Bali Lama.
The who, the what now?
The Bali Lama. It's just like the Dalai Lama, except from Bali. Wow, I always knew I was special, but not this special. I am honored. What? Her? Oh, you gotta be shitting me.
High priest will soon arrive to determine the veracity of the vision. Please prepare. I ain't giving no priest no eye test. You got it? Now get the hell out of here. Jackpot. 50 G's.
That's Indonesian money. It's only worth $5.
Says the guy who is not the Baldy Llama.
Jesus! Canadian coffee tastes like dishwater filtered through dirty underpants. Get me an espresso!
You know, I could get used to all this movie magic. And by magic, I mean free sandwiches.
Hey, look at this. I've been here 10 minutes, and already I got a trailer.
Why do you get a trailer? What kind of low-rent flick is this?
Hey! Get out of my trailer! If anyone should be banging a bimbo in that Winnebago, it's me!
Relax, it's probably just some guy with the same name as you.
Me like my evil twin?
Cheech, look back on your life. If you was twins, you would not be the good one.
Frickin' goody two-shoes. Always stealing my girls.
Did I ever tell you ladies about the time when my nephew, Jimmy Falcone, whacked the DA with a frozen fish? We knew the cops were gonna be onto us, so to get rid of the evidence, we ate the fish! No, what are you talking about?
What just happened? I never met that guy in my life, and I never killed nobody with a fish. I just fed him to livestock.
This is identical. That son of a bitch is pretending he's me. He's not even his handsome.
Yo, Peter, I've been thinking about it. I'm gonna do this thing. You know, with butt monkeys.
Buddhist monks.
Yeah, that's it. Religion's a cash grab, and I want a piece. I just need to fool them monks long enough to start bilking my followers.
You know what? I think I'll help you.
You, Mr. Squeaky Clean No Balls? Why?
Because I think the simple, gentle wisdom of the Buddha may just penetrate your heart. Like water through cracks in stone.
Whatever. But if you screw this up, I'm gonna crack you with a stone.
All right, Jimmy. I'm calling in every favor you owe me. Help me whack this scumbag.
Since when do I owe you any favors?
He's disrespecting the Falcone name and he's making money off it.
Which kind of makes me respect you.
Cheech, what the hell are you doing? Tony Cheech is about to go to work for Industrial Light and Tragic.
Teresa, watch out!
It's okay, Teresa's fine.
Yeah, we're gonna need 5 more Canadians.
All right, you moron. How'd you steal my face?
Whoa! Cheech Falcone, what are you doing here?
Hey, Jimmy, since we're playing the name game, you mind telling us yours so we can put it on your tombstone?
It's me, Enzo, from Brooklyn.
Narrow it down a little. I know like 50 Enzos from Brooklyn.
Enzo Pistone. I ran Pistone's Pizzatorium. You guys ordered from me all the time.
Why you impersonating Cheech?
It's like this. I always wanted to be a director in Hollywood, but who's gonna hire a guy that smells like anchovies?
So take a shower.
When you guys disappeared, I got an idea. I moved to LA, shaved my head, slapped on a mustache, and pretended to be Cheech.
What are you, insane? Why Cheech?
There's no way I could pull off being you, Jimmy. I don't smoke. Anyway, I got a job as an advisor on mob movies. They call me Il Consultiere.
The hell do you know about being a good fella?
Nothing. I just tell them stuff I know from other mob movies.
Bada boom, bada bing. I'm gonna shoot at you. I'm a shoot at you.
You do realize there's a contract out on Cheech.
So what? I'm in Hollywood. They're great at keeping secrets, especially once you join Scientology.
What's this?
Oh, it's a sweet gig, Jimmy. I get free food, they pay me in cash. I got a fancy car to drive, and a hotel room you wouldn't believe.
Congrats, Enzo. You just got some partners.
He had me at free food.
This is called a sand mandala. It's an exercise in the transitory nature of life.
I guess it's pretty easy to impress them boobists. Why'd you do that? Now I gotta start over.
Gina, the picture is no longer a picture, but the sand remains sand.
Petey, use your freaking head. This kindergarten crap ain't gonna cut it. If we're gonna impress these monks, we gotta do something big. Like a steak dinner and a couple of hookers.
All right, Enzo, here's the deal. Me and Cookie are gonna spend a couple of nights here, living in the laps of luxury.
And I'm gonna live in your trailer. I mean, my trailer.
And where am I supposed to sleep?
They gave you a car, didn't they?
I'm above the line. I can't sleep in my car like some kind of teamster.
Enzo, don't kid yourself. Your days in Tinseltown are numbered. I saw a clip from this flopperoni pizza you're cooking up.
I'm gonna shoot at you.
Don't look at me. It's them hack Hollywood writers.
haven't been this relaxed in months.
Exploiting another human being for my own amusement just melts the tension. Must be the bellhop with the new bed. Took him long enough. Oh!
Is that the guy whose car we hit with the TV?
Nah, Canucks don't shoot. They just give you a respectful talking to. I think Hollywood Enzo ratted us out.
Why are we running? You could have took that guy.
I left my gun in my pants.
Like you need a gun.
True, but I don't fight naked. Learn that lesson from one nut Nunzio. Turn around. I don't want the whole world seeing your cans in my sausage.
Whoa, memory foam really works.
I'm still not tipping him. You tried to have me killed.
What are you talking about?
Don't act all innocent, you little rat. You called the mob on me, didn't you?
Really? Why would I do that? I might be a liar and a faker, but I ain't no backstabber. If I was, I'd already be directing movies.
Well, watch your back, Francis Fraud Coppola, because someone's after you. The guy just shut up your hotel room.
Time for me to make my exit. If that guy went to the hotel, they'll probably go to my trailer next.
Cheech! We gotta warn Cheech! Oh no, Cheech! My uncle! My friend! My bookie! That mooch owed me 20 grand! You happy now, pizza guy? You got my uncle killed! Sure, he might have been a moron, but he was my moron!
Ah, Jimmy, there'll be other morons, you'll see.
Not like Cheech, there won't. When they made him, they broke the mold. Probably in shame, but still.
I swear to God, if I had my gun, I'd shoot you. But as it stands, I gotta choke you.
I don't know about gotta.
What did he do?
Stay out of this, Cheech! Cheech! I thought you was dead!
Dead? Nah, I just went out for some chewing gum and condoms. Canadian gum tastes like rubber. Maron, my girls, they were all in there. Candy, Sherry, Brittany, and Ethel. Poor Ethel. She was ugly, Jimmy, but willing. So willing.
It's true! My little sister is the reincarnation of the Bali Lama!
That's Ms. Bali Lama to you.
How did you do that? Gina, you can't fool those monks. You're either the llama or you're not.
When them guys get here, keep your mouth shut, or the Queen of Peace is gonna cut you.
Jimmy, we need to call McCool.
No way! McCool's been on my case, and I don't want to rock the boat. I can handle this.
But what if the hitman recognized us at the hotel?
It was dark. We was naked. Trust me, he wasn't looking at our faces.
I think I'm gonna go back to LA to focus on my directing career. If I ever get a movie made, I'll invite you all to the premiere.
I'll need a +4. Ethel and the girls are gonna need some cheering up when they get out of the burn ward.
You ain't going nowhere. You're laying low here until we're sure that hitman's out of town.
And the kids should stay home too. Teresa!
She's at work. James Cameron gave her a lift. Nice guy. Drives a submarine.
Ooh, pretty. Stop moving, stupid necklace! Whenever I'm in this position, there's a necklace involved.
Hello?
Daddy? There's a man here who says he's gonna shoot me unless you and Cheech give yourselves up. Oh, and did you know there's a guy on this movie named Cheech Falcone? Weird, huh?
You tell that son of a bitch not to lay a finger on you.
Sorry, Daddy. He's treating me real brutal. What did he do to you? He took away my chair and won't give me a latte.
Man, that kid's really gone home. If bullets start flying, Cheech, you hit the deck. Enzo, you're my human shield.
Okay. Wait, what? It means he trusts you.
Whatever it is, McCool, I don't have time.
There's been a number of incidents, Jimmy. A hotel shooting, an explosion on a movie set. Please tell me you're not involved.
Define involved.
So instead of reporting the possible breach of security, you exploit the situation for some cheap thrills.
And free food. Don't forget the free food.
I have to call in the special tactical team. This is going to cost thousands. Jimmy, I am so angry with you, I could...
Jeez, I thought Canadians were supposed to be nice.
And you can kiss witness protection goodbye. Even if we get the hitman, every good fella in North America will be gunning for you.
Or will they? Gentlemen, I's got an idea.
Spit it out, Scorsese.
Jimmy, first rule of directing, dramatic tension.
All right. I don't get it.
The High Priests apologize. The vision was mistaken? No! The vision was right! I'm the freaking Bally Llama, I swear to God! You guys believe in God, right? Because I'm him. Her. It. You need a meds.
Stupid girl! You're not the Bally Llama! You're the embodiment of evil! Ah! A 30-year vow of silence down the crap. Ow! What did I do? I hope you get reincarnated as a tapeworm in a starving donkey.
Sheena, look! You had the right vision with the wrong address. Should we tell him to come back?
Nah, that guy. Hi, Daddy!
Hi, honey. We'll have you out of there in a minute.
He says to drop your guns.
First, he lets you go.
Guns first.
Why don't he just tell us himself?
He's self-conscious about his accent. And he likes my perfume.
Wait! I believe this is the man you're looking for. You were sent here to kill Cheech Falcone, and this is Cheech Falcone.
You bastard! You got my best friend killed! Again!
So what? You morons ruined the perfectly good scam I had going. I'm gonna shoot you!
Enzo, you might be a terrible technical advisor, but you are one hell of a director.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Looks like we're in the clear. The mob thinks you're dead, and I didn't have to report anything. All's well that ends well.
What about me? I took a real bullet.
Yeah, but you had a bullet for last.
I took it off. It was clean.
Pistol Productions. What? Really? Oh, no way. Thanks. I just got offered a directing gig on a Canadian movie.
Congrats, pal. Good luck. You should probably take him in. He knows too much about us.
No need, Jimmy. He's directing a Canadian film. He'll never be heard from again.
How you doing? I'm Jimmy Falco, former good fella, currently freezing his ass off in Canada. Back in the old life, I never saw snow. And I don't mean drugs. They delegated that to Big Blow Bellucci. I'm talking real snow.
Jimmy complained about the cold. I want you guys to make it summer around here.
Thought it was calling for a huge snowstorm. Not that I'm complaining.
It worked. From now on, it's gonna be summer all the time. Except Christmas. I like a white Christmas. But warm. Capiche?
I love New York in November. Hey, look, dolphins! Palm trees in New York! Global warming means the end of the world. So be it.
Hey, Paco, that counts as a break.
Now I live in Regina, where global warming ain't hit yet. It snows all the freaking time here. I mean, it never stops.
Don't worry, Jimmy. I got your back.
Cheech, what the hell you doing?
There's too many snowflakes. I can't get them all. Tell Ma I went down fighting.
If you think I can even remember what summer feels like, forget about it.
Let me tell you something about a friend of ours named Jimmy. I made the wise guy and the capo with the gambini. But when he found out that they'd be whacking Uncle Cheech, he take the boss, he threw him from the 19th floor suite. Wasn't much along till the mob all wants him dead. So Jimmy had no choice but to talk to all the feds. The feds will say they heard that they could use him as a pawn. So he ratted out his friends and los Tusos catch you one. Forget about it. Forget about it. Forget about it. Oh, forget about it.
What's her name?
I don't know what you're talking about. Whoa, you been working out?
Say hello to the devil when you meet him, you two-timing greaseball.
I just took the last soda.
Jimmy, Cookie, for God's sake, the entire neighborhood can hear this hullabaloo.
Jimmy's cheating on me, McCool. Let me shoot him.
Cookie, I surveil Jimmy regularly, and I can assure you he's doing nothing of the sort. Though he did glance at a copy of Jug Lover's Quarterly at the gas station. Shame, shame.
The feds won't forward my subscription.
Don't you see? Cookie's busy with the kids, you're busy with your job. When's the last time you two spent some quality time together?
Does drunk angry sex at 3 a.m. count as quality?
It barely even counts as sex.
Heed my words. Quality time is the key to a happy marriage.
This from a bachelor whose best friend is a fucking horse. Cook, why would you think I'm cheating on you?
Because you snuck out last night. I would have chased you, but the Ambien was kicking in.
I swear on the soul of my mother, that wasn't me.
Then who was it?
I don't know, but we're gonna find out.
Want to grill the kids? I'll get the water bill.
No, we gotta catch him in the act. Like when Gina stole money from my wallet. We won't be doing that again.
I like helping out.
You're getting exploited. And so are all these other kids.
Sounds like you're developing a social conscience, Gina.
Yeah, I don't know. But I'll tell ya, if anyone's doing any exploiting around here, it's me.
So it's Cheech sneaking around. Sorry I punched you in the face, Jimmy.
I don't remember that.
You were sleeping.
That explains the loose tooth. Look at Cheech's clothes. In the old days, he only ever dressed up to pull a job.
That knucklehead's gonna get us all in trouble. We better follow him.
How are we supposed to do that if he's got the car?
I know we're probably following Cheech on some depraved crime spree, but this is fun! This is what McCool was talking about.
I got a bicycle seat up my ass. How exactly is this fun?
Why didn't you just take Petey's bike?
I thought this was Petey's bike.
It's worse than we thought. Cheech is going into a crack den.
Nah, nobody dresses up for a crack den. It's probably just a whorehouse. We gotta get Cheech out of there before he gets pinched. Let's do this nice and quiet. Ah, screw it. Let's just do it loud and mean.
Jimmy, What are you doing here?
Me? What about you? You sneaking around for a dance class? Why didn't you just tell me?
No offense, Jimmy, but I got a life outside of you, you know.
This looks like fun. Jimmy, maybe ballroom dancing is just what we need to spend some quality time together.
Why not? Beats riding bikes. May I have this dance?
No, you cannot dance together. Your bodies are, how you say, incompatible. You are built like pickle barrel, and you are bag of oatmeal.
Hey!
You more suited to Juan Carlos.
Nice to meet you, Juan Carlos. Oh, someone's a smooth talker.
You, what is name?
Name is Jimmy.
I, Svetanka. Now dance me. Dance me. Long and hard.
Please don't hurt me.
So, Gina, what is this union of yours gonna do for us?
Suppose you hurt yourself shoveling, huh? Who looks after you? If your shovel breaks, who buys you a new one?
Our parents?
They're the ones who sent you out in -20 weather in the first place. Them grown-ups are playing you for stooges.
Yeah! I shoveled Mrs. Wilson's place, and she didn't pay.
Sign up with the Brotherhood of Snow Shoveling Youth, and she'll definitely pay. They'll all pay. Who's with me? Union! 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 Jackets are mandatory for members, $50 a pop.
What? $50? Gina, are you serious about organized labor, or is this just a cash grab?
Don't worry, Petey. The jacket money comes out of wages. You won't even notice. And if I hear any more of that scab talk, I'll cut your fucking eyes out.
That was freaking amazing! It was like I was on that show, dancing with the people who used to be stars.
With Juan Carlos, I was dancing on a cloud of tacos and vending machine cologne.
McCool was right about us spending time together.
Except we didn't really spend any time together, because our bodies are, how you say, incompatible.
Ah, she don't know what she's talking about. I'll prove it to you. Oh! Jesus, when's the last time we danced? Sorry.
No problem. Let me think. Was it at a wedding?
Ow!
Oops.
Nah, I got nabbed for that diamond ring robbery before our first dance, remember? My bad.
Did you guys get electrocuted or something?
Maybe ballroom dancing ain't our thing.
Well, if we can't dance together, there's no point doing it at all.
I agree. Ballroom dancing is out.
Good call. You look like a couple of seagulls fighting over a french fry.
Jimmy.
Ah! I need you ride me, Jimmy. Ride me right now.
Svetanka, no! I'm married.
Ride me to dance studio. I am late.
Oh, you mean drive you? Sure. You know, every time you talk, it sounds like a come on.
It's Svetanka's accent. You know, Jimmy, dancing with you last night made me so wet.
Okay, you really should stop talking now.
What? You are a sweaty man. Come in for one dance.
I don't think my wife would like that.
You know you want to. We keep forbidden dance a secret. Come, Jimmy.
Again with the sexy talk.
Jimmy? Care to tell me what you're doing here? You're sneaking around behind my back, ain't ya?
What are you flipping out for? I just came in for a quickie with Svetanka. Dance! Quickie dance!
I thought we agreed ballroom dancing wasn't for us.
Says the broad who's standing in a dance studio.
I had to double cheech down here on Petey's bike. I popped in to use the washroom. You know what? Juan Carlos asked me to be his partner for the Golden Ballies.
You ain't touching no one else's golden bullies.
It's a dance contest, you moron.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm gonna enter too. I just need to find me a
dance partner.
That's right. I'm gonna win them golden balls with Svetanka here.
Oh, Jimmy, it is so on.
It couldn't be honor.
Jimmy, can I get a ride home? Cookie broke Petey's bike.
Where do you think you're going?
I got rehearsal. These tap shoes ain't gonna tap themselves.
Well, I got rehearsal too, mister. Who's gonna stay home and watch Gina?
Gina? She ain't even home. I ain't seen her in days.
In that case, Dibs on the car!
I got no time for this. I gotta pick up sequins for my fancy pants. Wait, I just heard that.
Catch you later, sucker!
You come back here. Oh, man. All this dance is really whip me into shape.
How you doing? I'm Gina, business agent for Bossy Local 1. My comrade here says he performed snow-related labor for you, and you didn't pay. What gives?
I didn't know he was doing it.
Didn't know? What are you, blind?
Legally, yes.
Can you see good enough to fish a freaking 50 out of your purse?
I'm on a fixed income.
Yeah. Things are tough all over. Now make with the money.
In my day, we didn't...
Well, your day's done, Stegosaurus. Give it a snow job, boys. You want it cleared? That's another $50.
Ow! Ouch! I don't know how those ice dancers sew these sequins on.
By using a double top stitch. How many times I gotta tell you?
I can't focus. Cookie's so competitive about this dance contest. She's driving me crazy.
You want me to pull a Tonya Harding, take out a knee? Say the word, she'll never walk again.
That's my wife you're talking about. Besides, I'm way ahead of you. I slashed her tires so she can't get to rehearsal.
Isn't that your car, Jimmy?
Yeah, but it's also her car.
That's why you're the boss, Jimmy. Always thinking.
Now give me some change for the bus.
I entered this contest to stick it to your father, but he's really giving me a run for my money.
You really want to win? You're gonna need an edge.
Oh! Teresa Maria Falcone. This is just lewd, crass, and totally hot. Nice work.
This shouldn't bother me because I grew up around Italians, but your dance partner is really greasy.
He drinks olive oil. Says it keeps him young. He's actually 72.
Oh, I ain't paying you jagoffs to stand around gawking. Get back to work.
Gina, I've been elected shop steward, and as such must tell you the Bossy membership feels they're not getting a fair shake.
That's crazy. I'm paying $5 a house. It's market rate.
But you're charging our customers $50. What happens to the other $45?
You think them fancy jackets pay for themselves?
Teresa bought them, and you still haven't paid her back.
I got a health and retirement plan to pay for. Them things don't come cheap.
You know what else don't come cheap? Us. On behalf of the members of Bossy Local 1, I hereby declare a strike.
Yay!
Just as soon as Brother Oliver has his potty break.
Whoa, look at the balls on this room! I suddenly feel inadequate.
I feel nervous. You nervous, Juan Carlos? Do you even speak English?
Hey, Cook, geez, you look great. Just like one of them old-timey prostitutes.
Aw, Jimmy, thanks. Look at you. That costume makes me want to say, Olay.
Jimmy, why you talk to old whore? Oh, sorry, old whore is Cookie.
Don't listen to her. I just wanted to wish you luck in the contest. And sorry I saw the heels off your dancing shoes.
Thanks, babe. And I'm sorry I put horse laxative in your dinner.
When'd you do that? I gotta go! What did he say?
Jimmy, we won second place.
Hey, get your Chernobyl-licking tongue out of my husband's mouth. Is that what I think it is?
It's these pants. They make me look huge. And like I'm pointing up.
Listen, sluttank, you're boying my husband, duh.
Whoa, that means yes. What's the Wooski word for no?
Niet.
That's it.
pointer. Yeah.
You haven't boinked her. Nuts. Well, have fun with your Russian cruising, you pig.
What's wrong with you? You're gonna get me killed.
Oh, you die for me. So romantic.
No, I died because of you. You and I got no future. You understand?
Forget future. Taste present.
Yeah. Present tastes like vodka and lip gloss. Look, get it through your skull. I ain't interested.
Svetenka, no believe me.
All right, then, I'm gay.
Ooh, it's hot. I bring man to bedroom for Yemi. How about Juan Carlos? I watch.
Yeah, my answer to that is...
We are not leaving until our demands are met.
Fine, let's just settle this thing.
You're willing to negotiate? Wow. I thought you'd just hire a bunch of scabs from the hobo jungle.
Yeah, I tried that. Didn't turn out so good.
It's cool. You wanna have sex?
So, there it is. I accounted for every day, right down to the minute. You tell me, when could I have possibly slept with Svetanka?
I know what I saw, Jimmy.
Okay, fine. You got it. I've been riding it like a freaking tilt-a-whirl.
I knew it! Wait a second. You'd never admit to something like that unless you're lying. And if you're lying, it means you didn't do it. Aw, come here, you big lug.
It's official. I will never understand women. I want you. Signed Svetanka. Gabadana Velianovich.
Who was that? Is that for me, you big sweetheart? Let's do that right now. Bring it on.
What the hell are you doing out there, you wacko?
No more wait. It's time for sex.
I told you before, I don't fool around on my wife, ever.
Maybe this changed your mind.
Oh! Svetanka for the last time, get out of here! And take your two perky friends with you. If Cookie finds out this broad's stalking me, she's gonna go ballistic! She'll kill Svetanka, I'll be next, and a couple of the kids might get clipped in the crossfire. It'll be a bloodbath!
But surely she won't blame you. You're an innocent victim here.
Clearly you've never been married. And don't call me a victim. It makes me sound like a candy ass.
Jimmy, don't you see? You're keeping a secret from your wife. That's just as bad as cheating.
Again, clearly, you've never been married.
Cookie's your partner for life.
Are you gonna start with that quality time crap again? Because that's what got me into this show.
I know this is highly implausible considering your background, but I think you should tell the truth.
You think? All right. Today's as good a day to die as any.
But just to be safe, I'll take Svetanka into protective custody in the morning. For Canada, where most men would pay to be stalked by hot Russian girls.
Where you been?
Seeing McCool. Don't worry, he'll corroborate. Look, you and me gotta talk.
What's up?
You know Svetanka?
Yeah? What about her?
She's been stalking. Here we go. Oh boy, thanks for the crappy advice, McCool.
Well, I can't say I blame her.
You're not mad?
Oh, I'm gonna slice her up later. But I ain't mad at you. You didn't do anything.
What was that? Oh, this is just like that movie where the crazy stalker broad cooks the ramen.
Oh, God. You think she's in the house?
Hell, I bet she's right behind us.
What? I'm making beans.
Won't you budge on anything?
Hey, hey, hey. I gave you 2% wage increase over 10 years, didn't I?
What's taking so long? Those kids are still on the picket line. Mary's got frostbite. Oliver's crying for his blankie, and I don't even know why I'm still there.
You know what? Running a union is too much hassle. I'm out.
Oh, no, you're not. You have a responsibility to those kids. Don't make me sick the labor board on you.
Come on, Petey. I already
just sold out.
Hey, Petey broke his cherry.
If Svetanka can't have Yimmy, no one can.
I never understood that about stalkers. You love the guy, so why kill him? It's stupid.
So, to kill you first?
Did I say stupid? Let me rephrase that.
Svetanka, you're never gonna help me, so you might as well just kill us. But before you do, can I have one last dance with my wife?
Da, one more time you flop around like puppets, then I shoot you. You look like circus bear boxing kangaroo.
Now that's what I call dancing.
Jimmy, you're a genius.
Well, I got my moments.
Jimmy, look out.
Tina, good job. Beat! Why'd you hit Cheech?
I was on a roll. Ha, you get the quick knife, I'll chop him up.
See, isn't this nice? We're doing stuff together.
It's quality time, just like McCool said.
Good news, Jimmy. Svetanka's visa has expired. We can deport. Oh God, is she dead?
Nah, but give us 5 minutes.
Greetings. You know me as Petey McDougal, Canadian nerd. You also know me as Petey Falcone, New York oak. Like other misfits of my ilk, I never really felt like I fit in. This was especially apparent in our old Among the Family.
Angels singing in your mouth.
No thanks, I'm not used to all that. And pasta's not good for my gluten sensitivity.
You know what makes me sensitive? Jagoffs with no manners. Eat the f***ing food, you mook.
Hey, kid, have some wine. I won't tell you, folks. Actually, it was their idea. You need to loosen up.
Cheech, I've seen what alcohol does to people, namely you. And if I'm...
Let the little kid.
What are you doing? The bride gave birth to a boy this morning. We're celebrating. Smoke up, kid. It's bad luck if you don't.
Really?
Hell if I know.
I was gonna steal that, dumbass!
Now that we're in Canada, I finally feel like I fit in. And I'm sure in time, the rest of my family will learn to love it here as much as I do.
Forget about it!
Let me tell you something about a friend of ours named Jimmy. I made the wise guy and the capo with the gambini. When he found out that they'd be whacking Uncle Cheech, he take the boss, he threw him from the 19th floor suite. Wasn't much along till the mob all went him dead. So Jimmy had no choice but to talk to all the feds. The feds will say they heard that they could use him as a pawn. So he ratted out his friends and moved to Saskatchewan. Forget about it. Forget about it. Forget about it. Oh, forget about it.
Keep jerking it, Jetsy. Oh! Almost there.
Yeah, that's good.
Relax, Cookie. It's not what you think. I'm sure there's a logical...
Slide it in and out. Slowly.
Okay. You went to a Catholic school. This kind of thing happens all the time. And, oh, God, listen to yourself.
You pricked me. Spit that out. You do not want to swallow it.
Jesus Christ on a bike!
Ta-da! What do you think?
Cheech, we're trying to keep a low profile here, so you go and swipe a boat?
Swipe? Give me some credit. I got it at the police auction.
Let's start the bidding at 500. Who'll give me 5?
Sold! It was a steal, Jimmy. Except I paid for it.
We live on the prairies. What are we gonna sail on? Seas of wheat?
There's a lake near here. We'll go fishing like the old days. Except without the dead wise guys clogging up the water.
Cheech, I'm married. I can't just take off whenever I want.
I was married. I took off all the time.
And how'd that work out for you?
I'm gonna die alone.
I gotta clear this kind of stuff with Cookie. I gotta drop reminders, sweet talker, negotiate terms. Peace in the Middle East to take less diplomacy.
Hey, Cook, we're going fishing.
Great idea. Absolutely. Go fishing. Get out of here. Far away from PD.
Huh?
Never mind. Just go. Oh, no, wait. There is something we need to talk about.
Love you, babe!
So, I think your brother might be gay. And if he is, I want to make sure neither of you gives him a hard time about it.
What do you take us for? He's a brother. I know we bust his balls, but we got his back.
Apparently, so does Jetsy.
Teresa, what did I say?
Ma, I'm just playing.
Well, stop! I'm having a hard time with this.
Get over it. You want to wind up like Mrs. Scavuzzo? She rejected her boy because he was gay. Died alone. Cats ate her face. You want that, Ma? You want a cat eat in your face? Because I know a guy.
But I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
You can act like a mom!
And never buy a cat. You're right. I can do this. I'm gonna be the best damn mother of a gay you ever saw.
You know he's not, right?
Oh, God, of course. He's not cool enough to be gay.
If he was, at least he'd have a personality.
This is fun.
What are we, bonding now? Shut up!
I tell you, Cheech, you can't beat the peace and quiet of a fishing trip.
You want some of this?
Who's a big fish now?
Say hi to your mother for me.
Eat leg, fish dick!
I got your catch and release right here, you fucking mutt.
You broke my heart, you scaly prick! I'm out.
Me too. So relaxing.
Now them fishes are sleeping with the fishes.
So, young Petey is a homosexual. Splendid. I'm glad you called me, Cookie.
Good. Because I don't know how to tell him he has my support. Can you help me out?
I can do better than help you, Cookie. I can refer you to a qualified colleague. And no, I'm not deflecting your request because it makes me uncomfortable. Here in Canada, we pride ourselves on our pride. By the by, how's Jimmy taking this?
Oh, God. Jimmy doesn't know anything yet. He's gone fishing with Cheech.
Fishing?
I got no idea what Jimmy will do when he finds out.
Did he mention being angry with me? Because I've told him I'm an avid fisherman.
But he loves Petey, so who knows?
I'm sorry, what? Just checking for texts from Jimmy. No, nothing here. Do you think it would be weird if I just showed up?
Showed up where?
At the fishing trip.
I thought we were talking about Petey.
Oh, right. I'll get my colleague to come see you. For Canada, where friends are supposed to tell friends about fishing trips.
Don't move! Don't move, I said!
What the hell?
Look at me. Look at me. I am the captain now.
Oh, no, 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 no. I don't look at you. You look at me. Look at me.
Look at me.
Look at me.
Look at me.
Don't look at me. Look at him.
Look at me.
Look at me.
Don't say look at me. Just look at me.
Look at me.
Look at you being all, look at me.
Look at me.
Hey, look at me.
Oh. Enough. I am Gedi. This is Johnny. We own this boat now. Understand?
Hey, I own this boat, pal. You want it? Make me an offer.
I'll shoot your fat friend and dump him over the side.
Hey, Jimmy, quiet. I'm negotiating here. All right, say you shoot Fatso. What's in it for me?
So, are you sure this isn't going to be too intense for you?
Maybe, but it's something I need to do.
Well, why don't we just ease into it then? Take it nice and slow.
What's going on with the hand down there?
Foreplay? Isn't this what you wanted?
No! I need advice about helping my son come out of the closet.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I thought this was a booty call. McCool kept talking about...
I think he said fishing. He's all upset my husband went without him.
Oh, it was hard to understand McCool. He was so distraught. Oh, this is embarrassing.
Don't worry about it.
And a little disappointing.
Oh, why?
Well, you're gorgeous.
Oh, stop.
So, About your son.
Gorgeous? How? Just curious. But, what would you do to a gal like me? Give me a for instance. Whoa, that is something. So, where do these scissors I keep hearing about come into it?
You guys are not gonna believe this, but I think Mom might be gay.
And the hits just keep coming. Petey, this is huge. Who'd have thought Ma was a Lebanese?
Can you imagine what it must have been like for her in the old neighborhood? Carrying the desire that dare not speak its name?
Yeah, they weren't big on that back home. And they hated people who said stuff like, dare not speak its name. So what are we gonna do?
Give her the love and acceptance she deserves. Duh.
Yeah, but don't come right out and tell her we know. I mean, she might not be ready for that.
Good idea. I'm gonna show her I'm behind her 100%.
I ain't had this much fun since I switched your birth control pills with breath mints.
That's why I've been so minty down there.
Why is there nothing on this boat but beer and grappa?
'Cause Jimmy says cocaine and boating don't mix.
This is pointless. We need money.
For a jolly pirate crew, you guys ain't too jolly.
Jolly pirates? We did it to survive a brutal civil war. We fled to Canada for a better life. But now, we are being deported. We need money for an immigration lawyer fast.
Problem is, your crew's too small.
You need a few more hands on deck.
Please! Where could I possibly find experienced hijackers in Regina Beach?
You thinking what I'm thinking?
Honestly, I don't even know if I'm thinking what I'm thinking. You ever hear voices, Jimmy?
Ma, there's a secret living in this house. An elephant in the room, if you will.
I know, Petey. A big, gay elephant.
That elephant needs to know they're loved and supported.
I couldn't agree more.
What about Papa Elephant?
We'll tell Papa Elephant when the gay elephant is good and ready.
And when the time comes, that elephant is not going to be alone.
No, that elephant isn't.
I'm glad we cleared this up. It's good to get things out in the open.
It sure is. I feel sorry for families that don't know how to communicate.
Ahoy there, Cappy! Avast, you landlubbers!
What are you doing? This is not some dress-up game.
Ah, come on. Who doesn't want to be a pirate? You boys need our help, and you know it.
Fine. We're desperate, and you Canadians are very helpful. By the way, real pirates don't dress like that.
But I already cut off my hands.
What'd you do that for?
The pirate's gotta have a hook.
Quickly, where is the hat now? We must put it on ice immediately.
Here it is. All right, all hands on deck. Oh, sorry, Cheech.
I've come to terms with my choice.
Mom?
Yes, Petey?
There's this pride rally downtown this afternoon, and
It'd be an honor to be beside my boy.
now that the elephant's out of the closet, let's parade it through the streets.
Yeah, laugh it up. You're both gonna burn in hell. So if you're not gay, and the little Dutch boy wasn't poking his finger in your dike, what the hell were you doing?
I told you, it was nothing!
That was not nothing. Spit it out.
Fine, but I think it'd be easier if I showed you.
If he comes back in a dress, I'm gonna
understand a word you just said.
I'm a LARPer.
What is that, Swedish for loser?
No, it's live action role playing. LARP. We dress up in costumes.
Oh, it's like when you dress up as a French maid or put on a leather gimp suit, right?
Now, that's good, wholesome fun. I got no freaking idea what this is.
Problem is, you've been picking the wrong targets, Getty. What you want is an RV. Them things are packed with a king's ransom act ready.
What about your uncle's hand? We need to go to a hospital.
He'll be fine. He's had so many beers, he can't feel nothing. That's bad. There's a galleon on the port bow. Or is it stopped? Which one's up?
I used to know this.
Get pirate insurance, I said. You never know, I said. But would you listen? I'm going to watch TV. And I don't care if it drains the battery.
Prepare to be boarded, you scurvy dogs! Hoist the mizzen whatsits on the wibble wobble. Oh, where'd he get those? It's standard now on all American-made RVs.
God bless the NRA.
Dave, the pirates are here.
Is LARP a sport?
Not exactly.
Do you win prizes?
No, we get experience points. Then we use those to level up and
Stop listening after no. None of this makes sense.
patience. All will be revealed. A minute. Back valve, creature. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. Fireball. Fireball. Ow! Watch it. That was really close to my eye. So, Ma, what'd you think?
I think I'm gonna confetti death blow my fucking brains out. That was the most mortifying thing I've ever seen. Why can't you pick up a nice drug habit like a normal kid?
What happened to supporting me no matter what?
That was when you were gay, not when you were a fairy.
I'm an elf. I wish I was a fairy. That's a whole other level. You need to learn 6th level enchantments and...
Enough! This is just unnatural.
Well, this is who I am.
No, it's not. You're choosing to be this way. All you need to do is, I don't know, make the right goal. Oh, this is all my fault. I should have pushed him into sports.
It gets better, Petey.
Trust me, it does not get better. One more score like this and you'll have immigration lawyers coming out your ass. Damn, it's fun being a pirate. It's not meant to be fun. We do it for survival. What about pillaging? That part's fun, right?
Those are Vikings!
We should be those next. So what do we do with this scallywag?
Go away!
The power of Christ compels you.
Ah! The lightning bolt! The lightning bolt!
See, Father? What did I tell you? He's all wrapped up in the occult.
I'm not possessed! I'm a LARPer! That's not a sin!
But it's an abomination, isn't it? Tell him, Father.
Oh, heavens, not again. It's not as though he's gay.
Get out of here, you intolerant jagoff! I'm still not having this under my roof. Tell your friend to leave.
Jetsy's my apprentice, and he's staying.
I said scram, Dutchie!
Jetsy, wait! I don't care what she says. We're a team! Freeze spell! Freeze spell! Wall of stopping! What is wrong with you? We're not hurting anybody!
I can't accept this. A grown boy pretending and make-believing? It's too weird.
Too weird? in a family that used to pretend everything was normal while our father was out running a crime syndicate. A family, Italian, mind you, that now lives as Scottish Canadians under an assumed name? Face it, Mom. Our whole life was one big LARP. Double glitter truth bomb.
Just stop it, you freak!
Jimmy, stop! The joke's over! Take that, you salty dog! Enough! You two are crazy and dangerous! Of course we are. We're pirates, for Christ's sake. No, you're not. You're idiots. Consider yourselves fired. We just got jolly lunch.
You know, Jimmy, I don't even think them guys are real pirates.
Hey, cool.
Casey and Finnegan! What happened to Cheech's hand?
Fishing accident. But we got it on ice.
I knew you shouldn't have gone fishing without me. Hop on, gentlemen. For Canada, where universal health care even covers stupidity.
Aw, this just feels stupid now. Maybe Mom's right. We're just a bunch of losers in bathrobes tossing paper balls at each other. Whoa, who is that? Red hair and purple robes? Where have I seen that color scheme before? Thunder fists, eardrum shatter, dazzle puff, berserker thumb, allergy spell. Feel the wrath of Flindor McDougal. Go ahead, do it, Mom.
Did you say Mom? No wonder people think we're losers.
Oh.
Thunderpurse! Thunderpurse! Sanitary napkin! Electric shoe? I'm not a mom. I'm Cookie the Concubine.
You mean conqueror?
I just picked a word, Petey.
What the heck is a thunderpurse?
I don't know, but it just saved your life, you little prick.
Thanks, Mom. That was great.
I thought about what you said, and you were right. But for God's sake, don't let your father know about this. He's not gonna like the idea of his son dressing up in costumes.
Avast there! It's a sea grappler. Get him, Jimmy!
Come here!
Dad, stop! That's my friend!
You're next, help!
Oh, God!
Thank you for knowing what I was.
Aye, there be the booty I've been craving.
Thunderpurse, bitch!
How you doing? There's two words that strike terror in the heart of any wise guy. They represent the end of freedom and the start of a life sentence.
I'm pregnant!
My life was over. You can be a good father, or you can be a good fella, but you can't be both. Still, I wanted it all, so I made it work. All right, folks, hit the floor and keep the crying to a minimum. Anyone moves, you let me know.
They moved. I don't remember that.
The FBI does. I spent 2 years on the most wanted list for that one. Anyway, after that, I decided to keep work and kids separate.
After I showed you how it's done.
No, because jobs come and go, but families forever.
Yeah, like herpes.
Herpes ain't forever. Forget about it.
Let me tell you something about a friend of ours named Jimmy. I made the wise guy and the capo with the gambini. When he found out that they'd be whacking Uncle Cheech, he take the boss, he threw him from the 19th floor suite. Wasn't much along till the mob all wants him dead. So Jimmy had no choice but to talk to all the feds. The feds will say they help if they could use him as a pawn. So he ratted out his friends and moved to Saskatchewan. Forget about it. Forget about it. Forget about it. Oh, forget about it.
Jimmy.
Oh, Cookie.
Oh, Jimmy.
Oh, Cookie.
Oh, God! Would you guys shut up? Just think of other people and finish already.
Go back to sleep, Teresa.
How can I with the golden age of porn knocking down my wall? We better be real quiet.
Yo.
Oh, shit.
You sound like a walrus and a seal fighting over a fish. Keep it down, SeaWorld.
Let's go find somewhere more private. Where's my robe?
I just came to say goodnight.
I'm still turned on.
K-Tel Records! That's a harvest moon if ever I saw one.
For Christ's sake, McCool, what do you want?
I didn't mean to interrupt this nostalgic reenactment of prom night, Jimmy. I'll come back.
Forget it, McCool. The moment's passed. What do you need?
For starters, Cookie, I can't help but notice your airbags are deployed. Here, take my jacket. A colleague of mine is going away on assignment, and her house sitter backed out at the last minute.
Thank God you came to us.
Really?
No, you jackass. Who cares about your friend?
I'll do it. I can't get any sleep with the Walking Dead here moaning all night.
Yes, I got an eyeful of that outside, and subsequently won't eat for a week, but I think this is a job for your brother.
That is so unfair. Just because Petey's a boy, you think he's more competent than me.
The word is competent.
Oh, so now I'm stupid because I'm a girl?
Certainly not. I would never discriminate on the basis of gender, and even though I didn't, I will offer you the job. Just to be safe. That's the Canadian way! For Canada, where equal opportunity just got a girl an unpaid internship.
$50 says she burns the joint down in an hour.
Give me 40, I'll do it right now.
Teresa, you have 3 priorities whilst house sitting for my colleague.
Money up front, no kissing, back doors extra?
I'm sorry, what?
Nothing.
You must keep the house spotless and feed the dogs regularly.
They're like friends who never judge.
And then there's Siegfried.
Who's Siegfried?
Siegfried is a dwarf alligator, my friend's pride and joy. Anyway, he likes to bite.
How am I supposed to pick it up?
Very carefully.
That gator is the coolest thing I ever seen. I'm staying here too.
As am I.
As am I. No wonder bullies tape your ass shut.
I don't know if everyone staying over is a good idea.
It's a great idea, Cook. We'll get everybody out of the house. Besides, Teresa could totally take care of that creepy lizard.
This creepy lizard can take care of himself. Now, who wants to cook me dinner?
You hear that silence? It's glorious.
No kids hounding us. Let's take advantage of this peace and quiet while we can.
Yeah, why hop in the sack right away? We got all night.
Yeah, we're empty nesters. I'm gonna go take a long, hot bubble bath.
Good idea, babe. I'm gonna catch up on my
condoms, big boy?
Yeah, right here. I even got the glow in the dark. Are you nuts? We need those.
You mention it right now, Jimmy. And you don't gotta worry about being premature, because I don't mind.
Really? I can just... Wait a sec. I know what this is. You want another baby!
What? Don't be silly. A baby? That's bananas. I just want to make a baby with my husband. I mean, make love to a baby. I mean, make a love baby. Fine. If you don't wanna, maybe it's for the breasts. I mean, breast milk. I mean, forget it.
You want to have another baby? Are you nuts? We got 4 kids already.
We got 3.
I'm counting change. Come on. Having a kid now would be like shanking a guy in the shower 2 days before parole. Boom! Another 20-year stretch. I'm putting my foot down. Both foots. No more kids.
Okay, Ford. The man has spoken. I guess I'll just polish this little spot here on the coffee table. Oh, so dirty, Jimmy.
Ow, my neck!
Sit down. I'll give you a massage.
All right, but no trying to seduce me, capiche? I know what you were doing there with the magic sword ass. Oh, that feels good. Oh, yeah. Your hands are so soft. Hey, that's not fair! Cut it out!
Look at this mess. Not really living up to people's low expectations here.
Way I see it, before we leave, we make Petey clean everything up.
And people call you that dumb one. Let's make some work for him.
Hey, that looks like fun.
I just took Ziggy for a 3-hour walk to the end of the driveway. Alligators are kind of boring.
You don't look too good. Anybody feed him?
I filled his bowl with tofu.
Tofu. He's a carnivore. He needs meat. Here you go, little fella. Ha! You're gonna have to move faster than that, ugly.
You probably shouldn't do that.
Nah, he loves it, right? Ah! Oh! Ah!
That's what you get for teasing him.
Let him go! Don't hurt him! Oh no, Ziggy!
Did you feed them once?
Again, tofu.
He missed.
Lucky I got away. Cookie's Knuckles got a kung fu grip. It's mine!
Until I squeeze it out of you, and it's mine. All mine!
The kid's gotta come home. Cookie's got baby crazy. What happened? You teased the gator?
You noticed. What are you supposed to do? You don't want a baby, just don't have sex with Cookie.
Yeah, you're right. But,
What is it?
it's just we haven't, done it in a couple of weeks, and
You got what the medical professionals call blue ball. Let me tell you a little secret I learned in prison.
Okay, stop talking.
No, that's only to get cigarettes. I'm talking about beating it like it owes you money.
I can't do that in a house. Cooks like a bloodhound. She'll smell the baby batter a mile away and confiscate. It's like a 7 cents. We all know what a 6 one is.
Ew, who was that? It was Petey. I know your brand, mister.
Oh, I once broke wind in Reno, and she called to rag me out.
So, she's got a nose for farts and manhood. You don't gotta yank it in the house. There's lots of other places. Bus shelters. Department store change room. Back view of the church.
I get it. I'll figure it out.
Look, in the meantime, I'll talk some sense into Cookie. You go find someplace to have a nice little rest, okay?
Hey, don't look at me, lady.
Besides, babies are wonderful. You can't beat that baby smell. Their little feet, all the sweet sounds they make.
They do make cute little sounds.
And that nice warm feeling when it's snuggle on you.
I love it. It reminds me of my old soulmate, Loopy Joe.
The way they gaze up at you, knowing that you're their entire universe. And they love you like no one has ever loved you before. Aren't you still?
You mean Cena? And yes, Dolores, I will have it known.
All right, I'm out. Looking for dogs is beneath me. Good luck, suckers.
Not so fast. The dogs will wander back, but we need a new Siegfried.
No, we don't. Who cares, Teresa?
I pushed for this job. If I screw it up, I'm gonna look like an idiot.
Yeah, gonna.
I am not dealing with Ma saying, you see, Petey should have been the house sitter. Yeah.
I'm right here!
It's just an expression, Petey. Anyway, I need you both to get on board and help me find an alligator.
Why would you need to find an alligator, Teresa?
Because Cheech really took to Ziggy and wants one for himself.
I always picked Cheech for an animal lover. Although on some level, I imagine that literally. Of course, alligators are tricky to find in Regina. You can ask my colleague about it when she returns home tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Her assignment was cut short. She can't wait to feel the leathery embrace of Siegfried again. And she'll be thrilled he'll have a chum for future playdates. Good luck in your search.
All right, I'm back in.
Aw, thanks, Gina.
I don't want to miss everyone going ballistic when you screw this up.
Cheech, how'd it go talking to Cook?
How about you? Did you manage to take your hand out for a liquid lunch?
No, and I'm dying here. Tell Cookie to lay off the dirty texts.
I gotta go. I'm feeling lightheaded.
Because I'm sending you about 200 more.
Cook, please, stop. That's it. I can't take this no more.
Regina tourism! Let me tell you what I'm gonna do. First, I'm gonna... Oh, my!
All right, Jimbo, man up and do this. What kind of heartless world is this where a guy can't find a place to have a tender moment with himself? That'll do. Well, Tree, I guess I'm gonna tap you with my set. Maroon! Okay, God, I get it. It's a sin. Fucking lay off, will ya?
All right, citizens, disperse. There's nothing to see here. Brian Adams' bleeding fingers. What are you doing up there?
Trying to avoid sex with my wife?
Get down, Jimmy.
Who?
What?
Nothing.
So, what's all this about avoiding sex with Cookie?
I don't want her getting pregnant. That's all you gotta know.
I see. Well, why not get a vasectomy?
How is converting to Jewism gonna help?
No, that's circumcision. A vasectomy is different.
You want me to cut the whole thing off? Like a Ken doll?
No, it's when your vas deferens get clipped and clamped. Well, it's probably easier if I show you.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm surprised you don't know about this. Did you step in something, Jimmy?
Nope. And all I know about that stuff is it's the devil's work.
No, it's not. And if you want to have worry-free relations with Cookie, this way is 100% effective. Are you sure you don't smell something ripe? For Canada, where God does it ever stink!
Oh, this'll drive Jimmy wild.
God! My back is killing me. careful, lady. That same outfit got me into this mess in the first place.
But you're so blessed.
Blessed? That's cute. You got kids?
I'm almost pregnant with my 4th.
Whoopee. I'm almost gonna kill myself.
But isn't it wonderful having that little miracle growing inside you?
There's your miracle, lady. Is that you or me? I can't feel anything but my hemorrhoids burning like a ghost pepper butt plug.
But you're both about to receive the most amazing gift. A child to hold and love and imprint all your failures on.
Some freaking gift. I poop whenever I sneeze.
All right, Jimmy. You can do this. One little snip, and...
My boys.
Maybe I'll buy my bulls a farewell drink.
There's one! Looks like a snappy little bastard.
So how do we get it?
Easy. We lower Gina down by her legs and she grabs it.
I'm not going in there.
But you're the smallest.
You're the ugliest. If your face gets ripped off, no one will know the difference. Come here.
Gina, stop!
Stop it, you two! If we want to catch an alligator, we're gonna need some bait.
So, which of these lizards swallowed the diamond?
The small one, Cheech.
But keep your eye on the big one.
Got it. He's the muscle. You fellas would look good on my feet.
Whoa!
I take it back. Just like Coney Island. Leave the bottle.
What are you doing here?
Hey, Cook. I needed a drink. I was at the vasectomy clinic.
You got a vasectomy? But Father O'Malley told us that's how the terrorists win.
Relax! I didn't do it. Look, if it's between having another kid or having some doctor shove scissors into my nutsack... What I mean is I love you, Cook. If you want a baby, I won't stand in your way. In fact, I'll lie on top of you.
Hey, there's the chick who wants to shove a bowling ball out her hoo-ha.
Yeah? Well, at least I don't poop my pants.
Yeah, if she wanted to, she could shove 2 bowling balls out her...
Stop helping, Jimmy.
It's a shame we gotta cut this cute little fellow open.
I already told ya! There's no diamond!
I faced death for that rock. It's real to me.
They're back! Oh, crap. They got a taste for lizard meat. All right, toss them the gator!
Never. Ow, son of a bitch.
We'll turn Petey's room into a nursery. He'll go in Cheech's room, and Cheech moves into the garage.
Come on, have a heart. Make Petey move into the garage. Or the bus shelter down the street.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
It's what we all want.
Look!
You'll never take my baby. Never take my baby.
Sit! That's better. Stay away from my kids, you bitches. They're females, right? You're taking care of them, and you don't even... Oh, it is on, you motherfucking dogs!
Look at you kids. Your mother had to get rabies shots in her guts because of you. And this is how you thank her?
Don't worry about it. I'm just glad they're home.
Teresa, I'm very cross with you. Rosa's house was left in an abysmal state. For some reason, the dogs won't come out from under the porch, and Siegfried is missing.
What? We put that gator back.
Yo, Cook, the kid's latching, but I'm not producing. Do I breastfeed on the left side or on the right?
Cheech, give Siegfried back to me this instant.
What's with your face? You get crap in your eyes or something?
No, why do you ask?
Want to sneak upstairs and see if we can flag down a stork?
Huh?
I was being cute. I meant let's go put a load of baby in you.
We're right here. We can hear ya. I think maybe I'm okay, Jimmy. I'm better off counting the 2 blessings I already got.
There's 3 of us.
Shut up, Petey. You sure?
Yeah, baby. I know you came around to the idea. I hope you're not too disappointed.
Yeah! All right! Yes! Yes! Yeah! Oh, baby! All right, scumbag. You think you can come onto my turf and just take what you want? Do you even know who I am? You got 3 seconds to get the hell out of here. Now, is that nice? I give you a chance to walk away, and you just laugh in my face. Did you just eat a condom? All right, enough screwing around. Say hello to my enormous friend. Yeah, that's right. Go home to your mother, you overgrown brat. Ugh.
To conclude my show and tell, if a man at the park asks you into the woods to find his lost dog, remember, there is no dog.
Good job, Mary. You go sit with Prudence, the safety hippo. Gina, your turn.
All right, let's get this over with. I want to talk about personal safety. There's a lot of creeps and weirdos out there. Not to mention stoolies, deadbeats, and guys who just don't listen. You gotta protect yourself. So, you're gonna need one of these.
She's got a gun!
Relax, it ain't loaded. Now it's loaded.
All right, who took my facial stuff?
No idea.
Jesus Christ! You look like a 60-year-old on a corner.
Well, I took care of that raccoon. Sent him running with his tail between his legs. At least I think it was his tail. If not, you should see the wang on that rodent.
Breaking news. Lyon Elementary is under lockdown after reports of a gunman holding a class hostage.
That's Gina's school. Oh my God, we gotta get down there right now.
No can do. This stuff takes 20 minutes.
Jimmy, we gotta go. Where the hell's Jimmy?
What are you waiting for? Let's roll!
Good question, Billy. Personally, I like to go for the knees. But if you gotta take someone out, give him 2 in the chest and 1 in the head. After that, he ain't getting up no more. Okay, any other questions? Besides, can I hold the gun?
All right, we need firepower. Want to take the Uzis?
I don't want to look like a show-off.
I hate to say it, but shouldn't we just let the cops handle this?
You worry too much. We know what we're doing.
Shots fired! We need guns, damn it!
I'm filling out the requisition as fast as I can.
Get your ass in there! And take some grenades!
I can't remember which classroom's Gina's. I only been here once for interviews. And I was pretty drunk.
There they go. Saskatchewan's finest.
Fear not, Cookie. I came as soon as I heard. No time for pleasantries. I'd better get inside. But may I say, it's a glorious morning today. Damn it, McCool, there's no time.
No Get in there and save my daughter.
For Canada, where we downplay our increasingly frequent gun violence.
If there ain't any more questions, I guess I'm done.
Oh. Gina, I've been looking all over for you. Oh, you're the guy with the gun.
Whoa! You brought shotguns? The troll!
This ain't good. We better beat it. Hey, McCool! You here for Safety Week?
It appears you own a number of illegal guns, Jimmy. I'm going to have to conduct a thorough search of the premises. Do you have any idea the paperwork this is going to generate? Do you?
You're blowing this way out of size.
Pop, this fell again. I told you it's too heavy to use as a curtain rod.
Daddy, you left this in the bathroom. I almost dried my hair with it.
Really? Both of you? Exactly now?
Jimmy, I can't keep this under my mattress no more. Keep poking me in my sensitive areas.
Sweet Keeper Sutherland, Jimmy.
Why you gotta make such a big deal? It's just a few home security items.
Just having that one within our borders violates the Geneva Convention.
This is just like Chuck Eskimos. One day the government's gonna show up and take all our guns. Next thing you know, we're in camps, getting brainwashed about evolution and global warming. I got a constitutionary right to bear arms.
Yeah, you can't tell people what to do with their sleeves.
Perhaps you possessed that right when you were American, but you're Canadian now.
It's true, Pop. Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedoms does not protect gun ownership. Or as they say in Quebec, la Charte canadienne des droits et libertés ne protège pas la possession d'armes. I memorized it in both official languages.
Now you're turning my own son against me.
And you got him talking Spanish.
Is this everything? You're not holding out on me, are you?
Me? Hold out on a cop? Never!
Then what's that slight bump on your waistband?
I'm a little excited. Thanks for noticing.
Lift your shirt, Jimmy.
Is this how you get your kicks, McCool? You really ought to see a therapist.
For Christ's sake, just hand it over!
What? You too?
McCool's right. Like it or not, we're Canadian. Don't you think it's time you assimilated?
No, I've had this gun since I was 10. No one's taken Remington Steel.
Hand it over, Jimmy.
What if I don't?
Then I shall be forced to arrest you. You'll be charged, tried, convicted, then remanded to jail. The days will be lonely and the nights long, until your cellmate, Rusty, sells you to the skinheads who run the yard. No amount of toilet-brewed prison wine will erase the memory of their oddly gentle love.
You want this gun, McCool? You're gonna have to pry it from my cold, dead pants.
Hands, Jimmy. I think you mean hands.
Whatever, you're not getting it. I'm a responsible gun owner. Hey, where'd it go?
I was just getting my rhythm.
Oh, look who's back in town. Feeling strong today? 'Cause I got something for you. Oh, crap. All right, let's do it the old-fashioned way. Put up your dukes, claws, hoofs. What do you call them foot hands? All right, which one of you is first?
Well, kid, you really did it this time. They're gonna kick you out of school.
Yes!
Unless you take this medication.
No! They put me on drugs?
It's called a pacifier. It reduces psychotic tendencies in children. Side effects may include dry mouth, disorientation, nausea, and increased thoughts of murder. Well, I'm sure they wouldn't prescribe it if it wasn't 100% safe.
Tell that to Mr. Flip. His mom took thalidomide. Look how he turned out.
Mr. Flip turned out just fine. It's not his fault he's a monster.
I ain't taking him.
I don't like this either. But if you don't, they'll take you away from us and send you to a special school where you gotta wear a helmet.
You always told me drugs was bad.
This is medicine. It comes from a nice man in a laboratory. Drugs come from a bad man on the street corner.
You mean like the guys who used to work for Pop?
Quit stalling, kid. Pill or helmet? Your call.
There. You happy? Your daughter's a freaking druggie now. Yeah, congrats. You just won Mother of the Year.
Oh, God, I hope this is the right thing to do. Ah! Ah! Don't touch me with that thing.
I just got rolled by a fucking raccoon. Since I got up today, I've been feeling off balance. I got a persistent itch in my trigger finger.
Don't you see, Pop? When you gave McCool your gun, you gave up an essential part of your American identity.
You're right. Now I gotta steal it back. That's gonna be hard to do with no gun.
Or you could finally embrace life as a Canadian.
How the hell do I do that?
By embarking on a long voyage of introspection and self-discovery.
Self-discovery? Like what you were doing when I walked in here?
No, I'm talking about a spiritual makeover.
Did someone say makeover? What? My fashion sense was tingling. Jeans, jean shirt, and a jean jacket. It's a Canadian tuxedo.
These jeans are too tight.
What was that?
My bolts just went back in. And they're out. I still don't get why I'm tied up.
I'm gonna teach you the most important part of being Canadian. You need to suppress your innate American urge for self-preservation and apologize to me.
For what? Ow, you mother!
It's the Canadian way. I wrong you, you say sorry to me.
Ow! Ow! You're grounded.
What are you doing?
I'm using aversion therapy to turn Pop Canadian.
Thanks for grounding me last week. Thanks for taking away my makeup. Thanks for not letting me date a black guy.
It wasn't racial. He was 40 years old. Oh!
Thanks, Petey. I feel a lot better.
present to you Canadian Dad.
I don't get it. He looks the same, except he's dressed as a village people.
Go on, Pop. Say it. Sorry. No, the other thing. Forget about it.
Oh my God, he's a whole new man! This calls for a celebration. You're finally a real Canadian. I'm so proud of you. What the f?
Hi, Mommy. Hi, Daddy. Guess what? I did all my homework.
You? Did your homework?
Uh-huh. And then I cleaned my room, and then I cleaned Petey's room, and then Uncle teaching me had a tea party. Who wants Huggy Boo?
Gene, is this living okay?
Petey made you Canadian too?
Oh, no, Daddy. It's because of the magic happy pills Mommy gave me. These rainbows are made of smiles, wishes, and good dreams. Speaking of good dreams, I'm gonna skedaddle off to bed. Night-night.
Wow, I guess that pacify stuff really works.
If you want me to babysit tonight, I'm gonna need a bottle of whatever she's on.
Jimmy, you didn't yell at the parking guy for scratching the car. You didn't send back that pig chicken. And you gave the squidgy kid a loony instead of running him over. Frankly, I'm blown away by the new you. Hey, we're standing in line here. Those were our tickets. Jimmy, do something.
I got it. Sorry my wife yelled at you.
Oh, focus.
Here's your purse back.
Keep it. Looks better on you. Some night out. I really wanted to see that movie, but no, Captain Canada here had to drive those mooks to the hospital.
You're the one who wanted me to be Canadian.
The Jimmy I know would have taken apart those line-jumping jag-offs. Being Canadian doesn't mean you gotta let people walk all over you.
I didn't let them walk all over me. I took the high road.
Yeah, the high road to Wartburg. I wanted you to give up your gun, not your entire freaking manhood.
What are you saying, I ain't a man no more? Because if you want a man, I'll show you a man. Come here, baby.
Oh, now we're talking. Oh, there's my big, strong man. There's those big, strong arms. And there's your big, strong... Your big, strong...
Give me a sec.
Where are you, big fella?
Let me concentrate. Come on, come on. That's right. Up. Now, sausage. Sausage, not a meatball. Sausage, sausage. We could just cuddle.
Tonight on TBS, Matthew McConaughey in Failure to Launch.
Hey, Jimmy, who died?
What? I'm fine.
You can't fool me. I know something's wrong. Spit it out.
Well, I got this friend, see? He's having a little problem.
Stop right there. Who's that f***ing friend? I thought I was your friend.
Shut up. The guy's in trouble. You don't want to help? Get out of here.
Okay, relax. I'm listening.
All right, look. Not to get too specific, but let's just say my friend, who is not me, is no longer able to achieve or maintain a viable erection.
Quit beating around the bush. What's your friend's problem?
His ring-a-ding-ding's got no dong.
Oh, why you gotta be so graphic? Okay, I got this. Old Cheats knows a thing or two about a thing or two.
You do?
Oh, yeah. There's a simple solution.
Really? Thank God.
Tell your friend to blow his brains out.
What?
That's right. It's over. He ain't a man no more. Tell him to make a dignified exit. You'll be doing him a favor. Jesus, I was mad at the guy. Now I just pity the poor son of a bitch.
Hi, Daddy. Can I nudge in there and brush Mr. Chompers?
Sure, kid, whatever.
Oh, who's a big glummy pants? Let's see a smile, Captain Frowns a lot. Mommy, Daddy's being a grumpy puss.
What's going on in here?
Daddy's sad, Mommy. Do you think we should give him some of my magic happy pills? Huh, Mom?
No! Those are for you. And not for much longer. Run along now. I don't know about you, Jimmy, but that kid's starting to freak me out.
Leave her alone. She's happy.
What's wrong with you? A little girl ain't a little girl no more. Can't you see that?
Hey, she's Canadian. What do you want?
Now, excuse me, I gotta go pay protection to some raccoons.
What's wrong, Ma? Did you see Petey's internet history?
Worse. He turned your father into a Canadian, and now he's not himself.
You probably don't want to hear this, but our walls are real thin, and I know you and Dad are having a intimacy problem.
Oh, God, the thought of... You listening?
I know this is gonna sound wrong, but I think I can help.
Not another word. Teresa, this problem runs a lot deeper than what... Oh, you're talking about?
Ma, he's an Italian guy. It don't go any deeper than that. You need to make him jealous. When one of my boyfriends doesn't pay attention to me, I flirt with someone else. You should do that.
Jesus, forgive me for talking to my daughter about this. Let me get this straight. All I need is some stud to slobber all over me, Jimmy gets jealous, turns into the gorilla that he is, and everything's back to normal?
Exactly.
And then we never speak of this again.
Yes. Please.
But first, we're going to confession.
Normally, I wouldn't participate in such subterfuge, but seeing as it's for Jimmy, count me in.
All right, when Jimmy walks in, we're gonna be on the couch smooching and canoodling. I'll be rubbing your muscles. Don't worry, it don't mean nothing. You might want to lose the shirt and oil yourself up a bit, big guy.
Cookie, get a hold of yourself.
It's been a few days. My hormones are raging here. I'll behave. Quick, get on the couch. Oh no! My husband has caught us in a compromising position. Surely now he will be so enraged he'll beat the crap out of my lusty paramour.
What? No one said anything about...
And sweep me off my feet, carry me upstairs, and make angry, righteous love to me.
Cook, what are you doing?
Or he could skip the beaten up part and go straight to the hot, crazy baboon lovin'.
Look, it's real sweet of you to try and snap me out of this, but you don't gotta debase yourself with this greasy Latin hustler.
Jimmy, it's me!
Silencio, muchacho! This is between me and my wife, who I can no longer pleasure.
Snap out of it! All of this because you had to give up your stupid gun?
The gun was the last thing I had from the old life. I used to be Jimmy Falcone, King of New York. Now I gotta accept that I'm Jimmy McDougal, King of the Schnooks.
Jimmy, you're a lot of things. A good breadwinner, a loyal husband, a totally half-assed father, but you'll never be a schnook.
Cook, that's the sweetest thing you've ever said to me. And I wish it was true.
Oh, for God's sake, he's killing me here. What do I gotta do to get through to this guy?
Jimmy McDougal, former man. Gina, slow down.
Jump into a lion cage? Put the kids in danger?
What's that, Gina? You're in danger?
What do I do, McCool? Tell me.
I gotta get down to the school.
Where's he going? What the hell just happened?
I don't know, but this spray tan is giving me a tremendous rash.
Took you long enough to get down here, you moron.
Oh, what's with you? Why you being so mean? I thought you was on them good girl pills.
I never took those stupid pills. I've been faking it the whole time.
What? Why?
To get Ma off my freaking back. I've been dumping the pills in the teacher's candy dish, and Prudence, the safety hippo, got into them and went nuts!
Hang on a sec, I'm not following. What's a hippo got to do with safety? That is one angry, angry hippo.
Come on, you son of a bitch. Whoa, I think you killed him.
You think? Let's make sure.
Come on, yeah. One more. Okay, one for me. Yeah. One for you. Yeah.
Oh, that felt good. All right, kid, I gotta go. You be good now.
Good?
I mean, you be you.
Will do. You know, I kind of feel bad for the kid in that suit.
Suit?
Jimmy, what happened?
I deserve that, Jimmy.
Oh my God, you're you again! Did you get a gun or something?
Oh, I got one, baby, and it's made of wood.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Saskatchewan, la 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Jimmy, may I speak to you for a moment?
Yeah, 1 sec. I just gotta beat this level. Oh! Ha ha ha! All right, this better be good.
Human Resources can't find your high school diploma on file. I hate to be a bother, but can I get you to send it over again?
Tell him to look harder.
Actually, I was being polite. Truth is, you still haven't submitted one.
So now you need a diploma to sit at a desk and not work all day?
Uh-huh. Only the best and brightest for Regina tourism.
What if I don't got no diploma?
You're such a kidder, Jimmy. Only losers don't finish high school.
And did those losers beat you up before they dropped out?
Yeah.
Jimmy, I don't understand. Why didn't you complete high school?
The mob wasn't big on book smarts. I mean, look what they did to Don Poindexter.
Allow me to quote Einstein.
So, can you take care of it or not?
Well, yes, it would take just a few simple keystrokes to enter a high school diploma into your file.
Great, see you later.
But I won't do it.
Why not?
Jimmy, I can't deprive you of this invaluable learning opportunity.
Sure you can. Go ahead, deprive me. I was looking for something to give up for Lent anyway.
Jimmy, education is the very cornerstone of society. What kind of friend would I be if I took that experience away from you?
Kind I don't want to whack in the face with a 2x4?
Oh, how I envy you. Jimmy, you are about to embark on a voyage across the sea of knowledge, a sea peppered with islands of information, archipelagos of insight, and atolls of wisdom. You are one lucky bastard.
Right back at you, minus the lucky part.
See? You're already doing math. For Canada, where you don't need to play football to afford college.
Great. Look what you made me do. Shut up! It's starting to piss me off here. Whoa. Ah, jeez. I better put you out of your misery. All right, hold still. I said hold still. It'll be over in a second. There, got it. Stupid goose. Only fat guys drink beer. What do you want, a medal for not dying? Squeal! I ain't kidding. Quit following me. Last warning, pal, unless you want an ass full of buckshot.
So this diploma you got from the internet wasn't good enough for him?
Apparently Harvard's not a high school, and it's spelled with 2 A's.
You learn something new every day.
If I don't get him a real diploma, they're gonna give me the axe.
You know who could have done this for you? Freddy the Fourth. One time he made me a fake ID.
Gee, you were like 50. What did you need a fake ID for?
It was ladies' drink-free night. Man, I got bombed. Next morning, I woke up in some guy's bed. Boy, was he embarrassed.
God, I miss all those guys. Freddy the Forger, Carmine the Counterfeit, Tony the Tiger Smuggler. The guys you find on Craigslist, they're just not the same.
Hey, how come Daddy got to drop out of high school, but you won't let me? You're such a hypocrite.
And that's exactly why you're staying in school, young lady.
Teresa, it's apples and orange juice. When I was your age, I was on the streets, hustling, doing whatever it took to make a living.
So, what you gonna do, Jimmy?
I guess I'll just quit and live off the nest egg.
Over your dead body? What the hell kind of example is that to set for the kids?
I used to kill guys for a living. Setting a good example ain't exactly high on my priorities.
Well, now you're a civilian, so act civilized and get a fucking diploma.
Fine, I'll go back to high school.
Pop, you can just get a GED.
Gina's not here, Petey. If you want to swear, you don't have to spell it.
Oh, you are so staying in school.
It means general educational diploma. All you have to do is pass an equivalency exam at the community college.
That's it? Just pass one test?
Uh-huh. I got mine when I was 5. I only stay in school for the camaraderie.
And how many friends do you have, Petey?
127.
Facebook doesn't count.
Counting you?
Don't you dare count me.
0.
So, look, I see you got a lot of wood in this joint. Be a real shame if it were to go up in flames, if you catch my drift. Of course, I could protect you from that kind of thing, eh?
Aren't you adorable? Now run along, little girl.
I'll be back for more Friday. Got some nice moves there, kid. How'd you like to join my crew? So, what do I call you? Honka? Nah, that sounds stupid. How about Beaks? All right, Beaks it is. Welcome aboard.
I don't know how you're gonna do it, Jimmy. The studying, lectures, reading. You couldn't pay me enough. On the other hand, it's never too late to learn your ABDs.
You've got big dreams. You want fame. Well, fame costs. And right here is where you start paying.
Yo, lady, is this the GED class?
Room 102 down the hall.
Thank you. Pardon me. Excuse me.
Ouch!
Coming through here. Good luck. You're gonna need it. Whoa, you're flexy. What's your number?
Welcome to High School Equivalency 101. Mr. Rousseau.
Is that gonna be on the test?
No. Now, I know many of you are going through some life changes. Divorce, midlife crisis, menopause.
Don't forget parole.
But this is your one chance and a second chance. So seize it. Actually, you can take the test as often as you like. I just said that for dramatic effect.
Is any of that gonna be on the test?
No. But since you're so interested in tests, let's start with a practice run.
Hey, Teach, you forgot the eyes and mouth on this smiley face.
Actually, that's a 0.
What? Don't I even get a point for spelling my name right?
You didn't.
Who the hell's Jimbo? This is gonna be harder than I thought. I gotta figure out a way to pass this class.
Wanna join my study group?
Beat it, nerd.
Jimmy, it's been 30 years since you were in school. You gotta get used to being a student.
But how? I don't even remember what it was like being a student. Probably because I majored in hook.
We'll figure it out. Anyway, listen, this girl in my class, Debbie, lost custody of her kids.
And?
And they're having a kegger at her place. You coming? Yeah. Jump!
It's all coming back to me now. This is just like when I was in high school. There's the snobby prom queen.
No, I don't want a beer. Leave me alone, nerd.
The drug-pushing preppy.
Come on, Cindy. All your peers are doing it.
My peers? Well, in that case...
And who can forget the slutty girl? You know what, Cheech? Maybe this high school thing ain't gonna be so bad after all. The second chance.
The second chance here.
Oh, God! Cindy has no pulse!
Was awesome! Okay, here's your cut. Don't spend it all in one pond.
Cheech, I feel like a teenager again. I'm having the time of my life.
Me too. Well, except for this terrible accident. And I keep getting urges to cut myself on basketball.
Just don't use the good knives, okay? Somebody.
Where the hell have you been? No call? Not even a text? I've been worried sick. You could have been lying dead in a ditch for
understand plenty. You're a grown man with a wife and 3 kids, and a job you're gonna lose if you don't get serious and get that diploma. I mean, look at this homework. It says find X, and you drew an arrow pointing to the X.
Well, that's where it is.
You're not even trying, Jimmy. All you're doing is partying and fooling around.
But
no buts. Now march up those stairs and go to your room, old man. You're grounded.
It's not fair!
What the hell is this?
It's a field trip. I need to sign it.
Jimmy, can I see you for a minute?
What up, Teach? Can I just say what an amazing time I've been having in this class? No, really, I mean it. Here, go buy yourself an apple.
Jimmy, night school isn't all fun and games, except for recess. You're struggling in class and failing your practice tests. I think you might have a learning disability.
Oh! Did you just call me a gimp?
No, and I would never use that term. It's nothing to be ashamed of.
I am not a gimp!
I agree. All you need is some extra help.
Oh, yeah?
Well, help this!
Just to be clear, I do not have erectile dysfunction.
Yeah, I got that.
Did you see the look on that shopkeeper's face? Ooh, don't hurt me. I have a family. What a wuss. Ugh. Good night. I love you, Boots. Tell anyone I said that.
I've been expecting your call, Jimmy. Let me guess. You need help with Canadian history, or as we call it, history. While it is a long and noble saga, I wish to start on the day in 1814 when we marched on Washington and burned down your White House.
Stop making shit up, McCool. This is serious. Turns out I got a learning disability, so seeing as I'm a moron, I'm gonna need you to fake that diploma for me.
That can't be right, Jimmy. You ran a large criminal organization. The numbers running alone would have taken tremendous mental ability, not to mention outsmarting legions of dedicated law enforcement officers. Do you see what I mean?
I gotta go back to crime?
No! It means there's nothing wrong with your intelligence. Of course, your morals are another story.
You're right. I am smart. It's like the time Don Fanucci was leaving Chicago on a train going 80 miles an hour, and Don Palazzo left New York on a train going 50 miles an hour, and I whacked them both. I'm a fucking genius.
You mean genius?
Whatever.
But Jimmy, don't forget, genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration.
Perfect. I sweat like a pig.
You can do this, Jimmy. Say it.
I can do this, Jimmy!
How do you get a minus 2%?
Not everyone learns at the same pace. So you're on the slow side, Jimmy. This is the number for the Student Help Center. All you need to do is ask.
I'm Jimmy. I'm slow. I have a learning disability.
Jimmy, what about your diploma? Screw that! School is for suckers!
I hear you. Oh, I'm really gonna miss Debbie's keggers. And I don't mean her beer parties.
You dropped out of school? What the hell is wrong with you, Jimmy? All you have to do is ask for a little help. That's it. Why can't you ever do that?
Tell me about it. Remember our trip to Hawaii?
Would you just ask someone? I got it! You better get that diploma, Jimmy. It's one thing to drop out of high school, but I am not living with a night school dropout. You got that?
I got it! Here, go nuts.
Wait, are you asking me to take your GED test for you?
No, I'm telling you to take my test for me.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
Why not?
There's an old saying, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime.
I don't understand the thing you just said. And now I'm hungry for sushi.
If you want my help, Pop, just ask. I'll be happy to tutor you, but I'm not taking the test for you.
Fine. If you won't do it, I'll find someone who will.
Sir, I understand you wish me to take the high school equivalency exam for you. Is that correct?
Ah, crap. Can you believe this? The guy doesn't even speak English.
Sir, it is my native language.
You getting any of this?
Waka waka waka. Must be Chinese or something.
I was valedictorian of my high school. I have a PhD from Princeton.
Speak English!
Alright, so we just gotta make a few stops on Albert Street. gotta fly south ever again. Unless the cops are chasing you. Did I not just tell you to keep your freaking eyes on the road?
What the hell? It looks like you whacked a library in here.
There are 2 blue marbles and 3 red cups. How many different ways can you place the marbles into the cup? I can't do this, Cook. I'm disabled.
Oh, for the love of God, you're not disabled. We both know you didn't quit high school because you had to earn a living. You quit because you wouldn't ask anyone for help. Because of your stupid pride. Your stupid, stubborn, sexy pride.
Cookie, where we come from, a man doesn't ask for help. A man does things for himself.
There's only one thing I want you to do for me, Jimmy.
Name it.
Pass. I want you to pass.
Wait a minute. 2 balls, 3 cups, 6! The answer is 6! Petey?
Yeah, Pop?
I need you... I need you...
You need a helicopter? You're having a stroke? Timmy's in the well?
Timmy's in the well? Help! I need your freaking help!
All right, you got it. But if we're gonna do this, we're gonna do it my way. You're gonna become a lean, mean learning machine. When I'm through with you, you're gonna eat Latin and crap prime numbers. Read. Faster, faster. Read, read.
Okay, but why is he exercising?
Because that's the way he learns. Pick it up. Faster, faster. Slow down. Check your work. Check your answers. 41, 42, 43, 57, 58, 59. 12 times 12, 144. Again. Again. Correct.
I got it right!
So?
Push harder. Educated guess. Fill it in. Oh! Yay! Read. Read. Read!
Sorry, the school bell is broken. This is it. You all worked hard. Good luck. You may begin.
Cut it out, Beaks! You honked an oath. Once you're in the life, you can't leave.
Sweetie, you gotta let him go.
But I don't want to let him go.
Honey, it's the call of the wild. Everyone has to leave sometime. Just like one day, you're gonna grow up and leave me.
I will?
Uh-huh. And it's gonna be the hottest day of my life. But I'll know that even when we're apart, you'll always be with me, here in my heart.
I'm gonna miss you, you mook. All right. Don't get all mushy on me. What if he can't survive in the wild no more?
He's a falcon now. He's gonna do just fine. He's gonna do just fine. Oh,
I passed!
You passed!
Hey, me too!
Cheech, that's great. And don't take this the wrong way or anything. How?
It wasn't so tough.
God damn it, why didn't I think of that?
Jimmy, I'm proud of you. You earned it on your own, and no one can take that away from you.
I'm sorry I was acting like a high school jerk.
Correction, high school graduate
Hello,
jerk.
I want to make it up to you. Cookie, would you go to the high school equivalency prom with me?
Of course I will. But I need $800 for a dress.
What do you mean there's no f***ing prom queen?
It only took me 30 years to get you to a prom, but here we are, baby. What do you think?
I think if you play your cards right, you might get lucky in the car later.
Every day I'm with you, I'm the luckiest man on earth.
Oh, we are definitely doing it in the back seat.
Congratulations. Equivalency class of 2013. by the power vested in me by the province of Saskatchewan, I now declare you graduates.
Saskatchewan, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la la la.
Being issued no further action for Sebastian Buemi when he got past Alex Lynn and improved into the position that he still occupies. That's 6th place.
Yeah, that's a very big moment for Toyota. Of course, it's an incredibly long pit lane here at Le Mans to house all of the teams and to manage everything that goes on for the endurance race. So a penalty, if you do have to drive through the pits or stop in the box, is a massive issue. And they tend to be long, of course, because it's a long race. So you're talking penalties in terms of more than a minute on occasion if you really overstep here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. But as they start to move through traffic, we're getting a feel then for the varying performance of these cars moving through the GT field, and this is much more like what you're going to see for the next 24 hours.
3 laps to go in the stint. 3 laps to go in the stint.
3 laps to go in the stint. Welcome to reality, Mr. Lynn, as you hit the rear of the GT pack as they're in their own battles.
Well, there's plenty of action out on track at the moment, plenty of action in the commentary box. Delighted to be joined by motorsport legend Mark Webber. Mark, this must be bringing back memories of fighting your way through the field, up against those in the lower categories. Great to have you with us. What are your memories of getting behind the wheel at this famous racetrack?
Great to be here, guys. Great to join you in the commentary box here, ringside. Mate, I'm happy to be in the commentary box. I don't want to be out there, mate. Look at this. This is absolutely hectic. As we just heard, the engineering there, team passing that on to the Cadillac driver here, Alex Lynn, about 3 laps to go before he stopped. But this is stressful, look, trying to thread the needle here with some GT cars, and there's top speeds actually in sections. Sometimes there's not much between them, but the way they generate the lap time, it can create some stress on how you're going to get these moves done. But this is part of endurance racing. You've got to pick your time, pick your battles. Don't get too wide. Look how wide they are. It's quite fascinating. We've seen debris and cut tyres in the past. So it's a big, you know, responsibility on the lead drivers to get through here cleanly for 24 hours.
I'm amazed how much risk is being taken here, Mark, aren't you? Looking at these battles happening on track, taking to the verges on all of those areas of the circuit that are so dirty and grubby at this stage. Would you be taking to the outside of the racetrack to make a couple of positions in the first stint at Le Mans?
Yeah, well, it's opportunities, of course. You do have to be very wise with your risk appetite. Early in the race, the debris is not as bad, of course, on the shoulders of the track, but as the race goes deeper, we're going to see a lot of debris build up. You'll see that sort of broken white line on the right-hand side there. They won't be doing any moves down that low as we go into Indy 1 here, which is a very fast section of the track, into Indy 2, nice bank corner, and then you come down to Arnage, one of the slowest corners on the lap, just a 90 right to finish the sort of getting towards the end of the second sector here. But yeah, it's tricky, mate, isn't it? I think you just got to find that balance to make sure that, and you know who you're dealing with. You don't want to have a random driver, even some of the lower experience that put you in the weeds at high speed. It's not ideal.
There are plenty of weeds out there. It's an interesting start for Porsche. You're here, of course, in your role with Porsche this weekend. Vanthoor dropping back from pole to third at this stage for what it's worth, but you appear to have the pace gap back now, 4 seconds from only 3 seconds now from the lead of the race. But you're right, on the tail of those two Ferraris. What's the feeling like in the Porsche camp? Confident in terms of the race pace?
Yeah, strong, mate. Everyone's happy. Obviously got an immense driver lineup. The team's well prepared. I think we saw some very strong laps from the Ferrari before everyone started to get into the traffic here. That was quite interesting to see. You know, they were clean, sort of, you know, uncontaminated laps, if you like, in terms of what the cars could do. I think that with the Ferraris hitting this traffic for the first time, the back markers are sort of, oh, here we go. We've got the leaders arriving on us, so it can be a bit of an advantage for the guys, you know, like third, fourth, fifth, that the back markers can give you a little bit more cooperation. But look, mate, as we know, it's a super long race. I think this race will be won still with the right calls on intermediates and wets when this weather arrives later in the race. And strategically, got to be very cool. So that's why it's so good I'm not in the cockpit, mate. It's great that we've got the
because they need you calling the strategy.
No, that's exactly right. No. There's some really good guys at Porsche here now, and you know, we're up against some tough competition. Look at this. These guys are running, you know, formation flying from Ferrari at the moment. Long way to go. And we'll see how they handle it when there's some big calls later in the race.
Your association with Porsche, Mark, as we look at the two Ferraris out front. We're on board with Antonio Giovinazzi, former Formula One driver, winner here last year with Pierre Guidi and with James Collado as well. Further back, getting pretty manic as they pick their way through the order. The number 4 continuing to lead the Proton. Tell us about the progress, the factory effort the Porsche Penske's have made from last year to this, because it seemed to be night and day. They've made so much of the year of data that they had underneath them.
Yeah, you're right, mate. I think it's unrecognisable. I was talking to Timo Bernhard before. Timo's also very heavily involved in the team, and you know, Timo was saying just how that year of experience.
Just be careful with the front right tires in the Porsche. You're doing good. Save some energy. We are well.
Okay. Yeah, just passing that information on to young Giovinazzi there to make sure he's not using the tyres too much. Yeah, they're swapped actually now.
Don't use it too much.
Yeah.
Behave yourself.
Here we
and
go.
yet through goes Antonio Giovinazzi.
Didn't we see this at Monza last year, mate? This is a bit of F1 action.
Ignoring team orders when Mark Webber's in the box.
Never.
I don't think that's on at all, is it?
Never. I'm in charge of the... Look at this, Indy 1, pretty tight. But they are cooperating, but interesting call there. Look after the front tyres. Porsche Curves is the location on this track where the tyres do see a lot of energy. So they're trying to manage that to get top. Here we go. There's a replay here. Probably just bails out of... Oh, no, he got the rear on the way in. He actually lost it. So that was... he gathered it all up. It was quite cool. He didn't get into the old kitty litter on the outside there. That's not a nice place to be getting yourself in trouble in terms of gravel at the Mulsanne hairpin. But he's underway. He scooped it up.
It's deep out there, isn't it? Someone once told me.
It can be. I've never been in that gravel. I just flew over the top of it. So, yeah. But as they settle him back into the Porsche Curves, and now this is going to be a fascinating part of the race. This is where the mechanics start to get a bit nervous. The first pit stop that really, you know, puts you in the groove, if you like, because you can practice as much as you want. But when you've got two cars leading at the front of the race, obviously even Porsche, you know, even the Cadillacs, everyone now, there's so much at stake now for these pit crews to just get that first stop out of the way and be a bit more comfortable with everyone's roles in the next 24 hours here.
Speaking of first pit stops, we have had a first round of pit stops from the LMP2 field. They are in and out. We still await the first round of pit stops for most of the hypercars here at Le Mans.
Okay, it's the 92nd running of the Le Mans 24 hours. We're on board with Alex Lynn. Not the perfect opening stint for him, but we've been getting plenty of onboard action from this number 2 Cadillac in the field. He's lost places to the drivers who are in front of him. Nicolas Lapierre's ahead of him, Macavecchi's ahead of him, Malaysi's ahead of him, and Buemi got by, was investigated for potentially making that move off the racetrack, was cleared of that, no drama there. A mistake for the number 50 Ferrari, momentarily led to last year's winner getting back in the lead, but Antonio Giovinazzi, I thought he was too nice a chap to ignore a team order, as absolutely the case, and he went back into the position that they found themselves in as we see our first run of stops beginning.
Yeah, it's the Action Express. The Invitational Cadillac has made its way in. If you're wondering what you're seeing on the left-hand side of your screen, the virtual energy tank is how stints are managed here. Cars in the World Endurance Championship don't run out of fuel per se. Well, they do run out of fuel, I can promise you that if you just keep going. But they run out notionally in terms of the race of energy. There's a torque sensor as close to the rear axle as possible. It tells the organisation how much energy totally, including the hybrid system and the internal combustion engine, that the car has expended. When your energy is at 0, you need to pit. It's the same between Hypercar and LMGT3, and that's how they manage to balance the myriad, amongst other, along with other management tools, they manage to balance the myriad of different OEMs, different car shapes, sizes, downforce levels, and power curves that we have here at Le Mans.
Been a very entertaining stint as well for the Porsche that we're checking back in with. Porsche have more entries in the hypercar class than we've been used to in the third tier of the race in the GT3s. Not the case this year. We continue to run on board.
Yeah, it's the Proton Porsche looking, no, the Manthey Porsche looking backwards in the GT class. But Mark, you must be satisfied, you know, one factor of the LMDH class as it is at the moment, or the LMDH type of method of racing in the hypercar class, was you're able to sell those customer cars, you're able to support those customer teams. Porsche are really doing that at this stage. You've got the Proton out there, you've got two Jota cars out there flying the flag. They're really the manufacturer who've made that model work the best, aren't they, at this stage of endurance racing?
Yeah, and have done for years, to be honest. I mean, customer racing is a big part of Porsche's motorsport program, so they've been very strong with that. Even when I was racing back as a factory driver in the 919 here, we had very, very good customer support base. So as you see now with the Jota teammate, you know, providing an excellent, I mean, like the standard for their...
Next lap, next lap, you stay out.
Yeah, do not get that wrong. The first pit stop here at Le Mans is important. You always want to exhaust all of your energy, all of your fuel. They'll probably leave, who knows what they'll do with the rubber, but in terms of fuel, you need to make sure that you exhaust that first stop length. It's crucial to lay the foundation for the rest of your rest of your race. I was going to say Grand Prix. Rest of your race, as you know, the driver was just questioning that. So thankfully, the communication was clear that he's got one more time past the pit. So we expect to see the Ferrari on the pit lane next time round.
Of course, those two Ferraris running line astern at this stage, the 50 and the 51. Much depends on which way round the cars are running on the road as to whether you can box them back to back. And of course, they'll be managing fuel loads. Sometimes you have to go a lap long or even a lap short, which is a bit of a disaster in this first stint.
Yeah, we do fuel and go, fuel and go.
This program is presented by Total Energies, official. Supply.
Rest of the field pretty much, including both Jotas, both Ferraris, and the Penske Porsche number 6, make it in, and it's so tight then as the Ferrari jumps back out into the pit lane in front of the caddy. So close as they made their way out of the pit lane.
So the Porsche Penske car reclaims the lead. And Ferrari coming in with a 1-2. They are leaving, of course, with the way that they were triple stacking. You can see this is back into the path. Oh, that was close in front of the number 3 caddy.
Looked like a much slower stop for the 51 there. So the 50 launched out then back into the fray. 51 still left at its pit stand, and it has lost several positions as it made its way out. And Giovinazzi has lost around 10 seconds in the pit lane there to the rest of the stoppers in that first pit stop of the race. As we review the start then, and it was relatively smart stuff for all involved, especially the 2 Ferraris. Somewhat formation flying there from running down on sort of the second row of the rolling grid.
I can't believe anyone would go hyper-aggressive on the opening lap of Le Mans, Alex.
well, I never have done so, but I certainly have seen it done. It's a really difficult start here. It's a tricky, a prototype car on cold tyres is very much upset as you go through a long right and then ask it to slow with hybrid systems, making their play for your braking effort. Then, of course, the Ferraris making the move past that leading Penske Porsche to give us the situation we had coming into the first round of stops. But I can see as we come off pit road for the first time, that Penske Porsche has regained the lead. The number 6 championship leading, World Endurance Championship leading Penske Porsche now leads the race.
Yeah, you saw the move that put Nielsen out front, and then after that first batch of stops, you are looking at the top 3 as they were running, and
losing so much oil.
Copy that. We will report it.
There is Sebastien Bourdais, started this race from the front row, and talking about that potential unsafe release into his path. He wasn't happy about it. The team reporting on the radio that they're going to report it. We'll pick our way further through. Gibson engine, a distinctive sound. Everyone in LMP2 running that 4.5-litre car. And the number 9 Proton is the car that finds itself at the head of the field at the moment.
I think he was talking about oil there, mate. I think he's actually talking about the Ferrari losing oil, and that's what they are going to report. I think, as you say, the release from the pit lane was also pretty tight for the Ferrari and the Cadillac. But what is interesting now, I think Bourdais was ringing up about the oil on the screen as we got a United car beached at Dunlop Corner.
Let's have a look.
How did he arrive there? I assume backwards at some point.
Yeah, let's have a look at what's become of the United number 23 at the moment. And he's just lost it in the early phase. I've never
cold rubber.
I've very rarely seen anybody lose it. It's such slow speed there as you enter the first chicane.
Yeah, Ben Keating behind the wheel, and we check in with him. Bringing out the yellow flag at the moment, only a yellow flag at the moment, but race control will be monitoring this one.
Yeah, I'm being reminded in my ears, a 51 Ferrari had a 10-second penalty serve at the first stop. Something I missed as I was probably running from the grid to the commentary box after playing out the beginning of the race. One United car in the gravel, the other United car making moves up the field. That's a challenge then for second place in the LMP2 ranks. Panis Racing, number 65 car being put under pressure. Matthias Besch by Ollie Jarvis at this stage. But will there be any kind of stoppage as a result of that 23 United car in the gravel? It's going to be at least a slow zone, I would have thought, and indeed a slow zone is called down in that first sector.
Copy that. Wait for the marshals. They will put you back on track.
Ben Keating in conversation with his team. He is mired in the gravel at the moment. We're being told to prepare for a slow zone. Mark, you've got to run, but it's been wonderful to have you in the commentary box. Any chance you're going to visit again, or is that your lot?
I think I will, mate. I think it's a long race as Neil Yarni is pushed back into the pits. It's unfortunate for him, but you know, when they get the United car back out of the gravel at Dunlop, he's got a full lap to do as well with a full car full of gravel from there. So that will be interesting for him to bring all that debris back online, you know, for the full lap getting back. Here we are with this Ferrari here, which is quite interesting. First one released there. They're going to look at this. He did have to bail there, the Cadillac on the throttle, so it'll be interesting to see how they interpret that one. Hopefully not too bad, mate. We don't. It's a long race. Let them, you know. He wasn't going to clear in there, was he? So he might have over-egged it. He might have over-egged that one a little bit, but it's Awesome first hour, mate. Awesome. It's tight, isn't it? And that's the margins are at play here. We know that these guys, pit lane, fuel flow, everything's got to be perfect to execute this race, get the job done.
Mark, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Mark Webber there, world champion in the World Endurance Championship. And 9-time Grand Prix winner joining us in commentary as we are approaching the end of the first hour of the 24. We're going to take this opportunity to say thanks to each and every marshal that lines this circuit. We can't go racing without them. They're currently helping this car back onto the circuit. This is the moment that they found their way into the gravel.
Yeah, there's a movement over the crest there for Ben Keating, who just loses the rear over that crest.
Okay, let's hear from one of the drivers in the field.
Yiffy, currently running P7. What's Robert reporting about the track and the conditions out there?
It's difficult, you know, because we started from P12 and we use soft tires just to be able to have better grip in the first 2 laps, which help us to go in front of many people. But then we have to manage more the tires, which is a bit difficult because now the sun is shining through. But we are doing well, you know. We have to serve a 10-second penalty, which we got in the qualifying, which dropped us to P7. But we are looking healthy, looking strong, and the race has started well for us.
Okay, we saw quite a lot of rain earlier on today. Does the track feel particularly slippery? The lap times seem pretty strong already.
At the moment, the weather is perfect, but I cannot say the same thing for later on. You know, we forecasted, you know, some changing conditions later on tonight or tomorrow. So we'll have to try to make the right decisions on tires, and there will be a tough race.
Okay, when are you in the car?
I would say in a few hours, yeah. So I have a few times to chill out, eat some pasta, and then, yeah, get ready for my stints later.
Okay. Thank you very much. Cheers, Jiffy.
Jeff
We will
O'Bonnington
be
speaking.
slow zone 1 in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Slow zone 1 is removed. Slow zone 1 is removed.
So the marshals have gone to work. They've recovered the United Auto Sports car back to the circuit, and the slow zone is removed. The green flag flying at all parts of this circuit that runs beyond 13 kilometers, 13.6 to be exact. We are racing once again. Thanks to Mark Webber for joining us in commentary. We'll have plenty of different voices and different faces as we make our way through the duration of this fantastic contest. The number 6 Porsche back where they started proceedings. That changed in the run of pit stops.
Yeah, just to go clarify the penalties for the 2 Ferraris, in fact, 51 and 83, a 10-second penalty on their first pit stop after incorrectly parking in qualifying. And so the 83 that was, I think, up at the 5th position, that dropped to 7th, and the 51 dropped to 5th from 2nd position. So we've got Porsche number 6 in the lead, 50 Ferrari, and then the Cadillac number 3 in 3rd spot, with Toyota now the number 8, quiet so far, but up to 4th position.
Fuel only in the first stop for everybody that I saw on pit road in the pit stop times. Bear that out, so no issues there. You're running on board with Sebastian Bourdais, who had a good round of pit stops, finds himself 3rd in the number 3 Cadillac at this stage. These leaders were caught in the slow zone as it went live and back to green again, and that's given this 50 Ferrari a nice jump. Nicholas Nielsen making moves towards Van Buuren, now shaping for a move for the lead.
He's doing it once again, having passed on track 1 time already today to take the lead for Ferrari. Nielsen does it once more, and that's all about the way you pick your way through the traffic. Once again, Porsche Penske and factory Ferrari swapping positions. The 50 leads Le Mans.
Yeah, that's the pace, isn't it? As it plays out between these two, Ferrari seem to be able to pass at will at this stage, but of course, the track is in a very specific condition early on in the race. Graining tyres is a factor. It can suit certain cars. It then really doesn't suit as the race wears on. So early pace, not always indicative of late pace. There is just such a long way to go posturing at this stage from Ferrari.
Good news, the 2 LMP2 cars that we saw as early pit stoppers are now back out onto circuit. We've got a full complement of 62 cars now back on track as Neil Jani takes the Proton car back onto track.
So that 50 release in front of one of the Cadillac entries is under investigation at this stage.
That is not the place you want to catch a car heading into the Porsche curves, and that was incredibly tight stuff for our overall race leader, the number 50 Ferrari, making its way to the back, and that was very close to contact as they made their way through. You can see the top three there, not separated by much. Look at the progress. Look at the progress of the number 8 Toyota.
I think there was contact. I'm pretty sure the Aston Martin just got a little bit of elbow from the Ferrari as they came through the first part of the Porsche curves. Probably not enough to do damage, but if you catch it at the wrong angle, you can easily cause a puncture.
That's the sight and the sound of the top four in the hypercar class, separated by hardly anything across the line. We're on to lap 16 of our contest, and the top four are separated by nothing out there. It is great to see. We knew this was going to be ultra competitive, but it really does seem like it's going to ebb and flow all the way through. Your efficiency of pass through the traffic is going to be defining, and that was super tight.
And I asked Kevin Estre about exactly what we just saw early on in the weekend. His brilliant pole lap did two things: demonstrated his incredible ability behind the wheel of that 963, but also demonstrated to me just how twitchy the cars, particularly the cars of LMD8 specification, those spec chassis-derived cars have been throughout the week so far. One downforce kit, of course, allowed for the hypercars, one movable aeroplane. So you want to ditch downforce, what do? Nothing, but take rear wing off and ditch as much rake as you possibly can. The difference between the front and the rear ride height of the car. You squat the car down and point it straight, but that means, of course, you don't have the downforce when you need to brake and turn at the same time. And we did just see so much twitchiness with the track green as it is now from that number 6 Porsche, now in the hands of Laurent Van Buuren, and now under pressure from Sebastian Bourdais. They've not quite got the pace, have they, Porsche, in this second stint on the same tyre?
And look who's joined them as well. The number 8 Sebastian Bourdais, driven Toyota Gazoo Racing GR010, onto the tail of that leading group now. Toyota really haven't been the stars of the show at all, really, so far in the whole championship. Imola, they got a victory, but thanks to changeable weather conditions and good calls from the pits, this is the battle, but was the battle for the lead at GT3, and is still the battle for the lead at GT3 after the first round of pit stops. Ben Barker, a Porsche driver for very many years here at Le Mans, now a Works Ford driver for Proton competition, and trying to get past Frederic Chandrel for the lead.
Threading their way through the traffic then. Ferrari now looks like it's been bought under a little bit of pressure from the Porsche. Toyota, as you correctly say, Ben, moving their way into the action here, and they've been making kind of interesting noises, haven't they, all week, Toyota, saying we're not on the pace here. This race is Porsche's to lose, and it hasn't looked that way, but I think you've got to look at how the run into this race played out for them. Kamui Kobayashi spinning the number 7, difficulty with the number 8 to get it through to hyperpole. They've not had the peak lap time, but at the same time, every time we look into those average lap times, as we have to do to see what the race pace of the cars is going to be like, Toyota rides so much higher than they do on peak lap pace, and it really tells a story of just how strong they're going to be. The paddock whispers in hypercar is that their performance has been, as we hear the race director, I believe.
Information to the pit lane, information to pit lane. Car 50 has 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for an unsafe release. Car 50 has 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for an unsafe release.
So that's all 3 Ferraris then will have 10 seconds added to pit stops. 2 of them already taken them, and now the 50. The leader of the race right now with an extra 10 seconds to sit stationary at his next pit stop, and I think that's pretty clear-cut, Alex.
It seems a bit nothingy, but the regs in the World Endurance Championship are very clear, that if a car is in the fast lane, the car which is in the working lane has to merge behind. So a quite well-derived regulation in the World Endurance Championship. But coming back to Toyota, they're the dark horses. Tom Christensen called them so on the grid, and I completely agree that they're showing pace and will continue to show more pace as we move through the race proper.
On board with Lawrence Van Buuren just for a few moments. Even the Alpine getting involved. Alpine new to the World Endurance Championship this year in the hypercar class. We've seen Pierre Gasly and Esteban Ocon on the grid. They've been chatting with the Alpine Endurance team, and they are not far, 3.2 seconds off the lead of the race. Again, a car that really we would not expect to see so far up so early on. It is built and constructed and maintained just outside the gates here at Le Mans. It is very much a home race, not just the country of France, but the town of Le Mans for Alpine Endurance team.
Yeah, and a massive history for Alpine here at Le Mans, whether it's as LMP2 team or now coming into the hypercar class at the 24 hours, representing, of course, France.
This program is presented by Total Energies, official supply of 100% certified sustainable fuel for the 24 hours of Le Mans.
Sing with me, sing for the year, sing for the laughter and sing for the tears. Dream on, dream on, dream on, dream on till your dreams come true.
Where are you heading? Mackie's.
Look, D, this is 4%. Don't stop.
Mackie D's, you're paying?
Right, anyway, I'm off. Yeah.
Oh, what are you doing?
I'm just going to do some work.
Practice?
Yeah.
Johnny?
I'm going to Mickey D's.
Love you, Mom.
Shut up.
Macca's? Yeah, right, that's good.
McDizzles.
Look.
There she is! Waiting for Mackie!
Vitality gets your health moving forward. They give you half-price gym membership. Then they reward you with treats! Like up to 20% off hotels on Expedia. And free cinema tickets! Treats! I think they're the way forward, don't you? Vitality. Health and life insurance.
Build a plan and make it yours with 3 Your Way. Get a massive 9 months half price on an unlimited SIM-only value plan from $15.50 a month on 3. Plus awesome extras like 28 days of worldwide roaming from £31 a month from month 10. Visit us in-store or online today. Life needs a big network.
Thirsty for more.
Sometimes a gesture is enough. And with higher artificial intelligence, you nurture human connections in a few seconds. An innovative program can say a lot about yourself and make your presence truly felt, even remotely. So when technology revolves around you, you can revolve around them. A gesture has a gift. It connects with others instinctively. Higher. Connect to extraordinary.
program is presented by Total Energies, official supplier of 100% certified sustainable fuel for the 24 hours of Le Mans.
Rahal Frey is the driver you're on board with. This is the 24 hours of Le Mans in 2024, and that's a tidy pass for Iron Dames getting to the inside. And we now look at the rear facer because Iron Dames have managed to climb a place, and we're on board the 85, the Lamborghini there, now up to 11th, Alex.
Yeah, Rahal Frey in a car which...
Radio bad, please repeat.
I will talk later. Keep going.
Now, having radio issues at this stage of the race. One of several teams throughout qualifying that have been struggling with radio issues. It seems to be a specific issue this year, worse than otherwise. A lot of radio frequencies, of course, going on around the track. Radio brilliant through the test day so often, brilliant through all of qualifying, then everybody turns up, tweets pictures of themselves on the grid, calls their various relatives and says, hey, I'm at Le Mans, and all of a sudden it becomes incredibly difficult to get your radio transmissions through. That Iron Dames car, a car which featured so heavily, of course, a few weeks ago at Spa-Francorchamps, with incredible performances from the Iron Dames, as the recovering United Autosports car is lapped then by the sister car at this stage. That's Ben Keating making his way in recovery after his early spin-off into the gravel in the first chicane.
Jarvis occupying third place in class, Jakobsen chasing all the way, the 37 putting the pressure on in fourth. You've been hearing from Alex Brundle, we've had Mark Webber in commentary as well. Ben Constanduros got us underway with waving of the flag from Zinedine Zidane, who got us underway just over an hour ago. Time to bring in the driver who's won this race more than anyone else on the planet. Tom Christensen, great to have you in the commentary box. What are your impressions of the opening hour?
I think very disciplined, incredibly competitive, and just to see everyone is sort of, getting the car into a rhythm. But nevertheless, we have seen exciting changes already from the turn one with the 50 Ferrari going on the outside of the sister car in Bordeaux. Now, the race is already hot and running at an incredibly high level, and we're very fortunate not to see any big crashes. Even in the pit lane, it got very close.
The Peugeot entry piloted by Paul de Resta there into the pits. Peugeot have not had a happy time of it this year, hoping that something can change in the biggest race of the campaign. And it looked like there was a move there further back for one of the LMP2 cars, making a move into the chicane, Alex.
Yeah, certainly did so. Following the 22 United car, sitting in third position at the moment in the hands of Oliver Jarvis. We've seen him putting pressure on Matthias Besch a little bit up the road in the Panis Racing entry. Sebastian Buemi still at the helm of the 8 Toyota that we are on board with. That's the number 3 Cadillac we can see up the road. Falling slightly towards him at this stage, the 3 Cadillac. And look at the distance the 51 Ferrari has pulled away from this pairing now. Touches the pace of those leading 3 runners. And by way of a lap time comparison last time around, a 31.1 for the 51 Ferrari, a second slower for this Cadillac, piloted by Sebastian Bourdais. So the story of the early part of this race, story of the first hour for me, Ferrari super fast, Porsche clinging on, everybody else squabbling like mad, squabbling more than I think they would be wanting to over the mid-pack.
The car is quite loose, the tire seems to be stable. My biggest issue, I do not see anything behind this Ferrari that loses so much oil.
Yeah, copy that, copy. We report.
So that's Van Thor telling us that the leading Ferrari then is losing a significant amount of oil. So obviously they're making that clear over the radio. They want race control to know that, and that the Ferrari's spreading oil over the track, of course. They'll be reporting that, but also slightly lobbying for race control to intervene there and potentially ask the Ferrari to deal with that issue.
Obviously, with a penalty hanging on Niklas Nielsen in the leading Ferrari, that is clearly going to play in. But he also said he was happy with the balance of the car, but it was quite loose. And I think what we should not underestimate is the wind. The wind is at the moment, very wild, very significant. There's no doubt that the wind is sort of coming in, headwind of people when they go into the Indianapolis, and again when they go away up through the Dunlop corner, where we saw some mistakes is happening. Wind, inconsistent wind, and it's quite heavy. That plays a part in having a loose car. So no doubt about the quote there for Lawrence Van Buuren.
I really agree with you. It's actually interesting, the helicopter that normally shaves our head on the grid came at an angle at us today. Did you notice? Because such was the crosswind on that front straight.
Even though they like to play a little bit with a toy up there as well, but it's great to see them. But nevertheless, the wind is a very significant part at this very moment of the race.
Yeah, I popped out of the commentary box a moment ago, and it is strong enough, if you're taking a stroll, it's strong enough to knock you over. They're currently nailing down one of the barriers next to our commentary box. That's how intense the wind is around here, around the 13.6 kilometers.
And hopefully when they pit in, they don't take that road, because it's really, we're just next to the pit exit, or the pit entry, whatever you call it. But anyway, if you come from the track going into the pit lane, you just literally pass by 20 meters from our commentary booth here.
There's the feel for the energy remaining.
Toyota is the one through.
Yeah, Toyota's got past the Cadillac. Sebastian Buemi, he gains another position. He's been on the front foot all day. That Toyota's been making its way through the field. And an interesting stat that I saw earlier on, there might be many of you out there wondering, what on earth are they doing qualifying for a 24-hour race? Well, the form, it shows in the WEC era, in the WC era, no one has won this race from lower than 6th on the grid. Sebastian Bourdais and Sebastian Buemi in 4th now, trying to get amongst it. We saw an onboard shot there. In contrast to this one with Robert Kubica, the Cadillac really, really struggling to see.
A significant oil then on the screen for Bourdais as well. So I wonder if that's the reason why he's struggling for pace, firstly. There is a car in the leading running losing significant oil, and we think it must be the race leader, given the moment on the radio.
Great work, buddy, great work. Lap times are looking good. You're catching the 5 cars in front of you. Give us a crypto call when you can.
I'm loving that engineer all week long. Excellent stuff. And we're on board with Antonio Giovinazzi, trying to turn 3rd into 2nd for the overall battle. Ferrari were running 1 and 2 before they came in to make their first stops of the Grand Prix of Endurance. And then it was a penalty for Antonio Giovinazzi for one of the cars. Remember, the one out front still got to serve it at the next stop.
Tom, your Porsche in this situation, you look at the pace of these Ferraris.
Really good, mate. It's sliding around like crazy. And why did we have on the paper lead?
It was too tight with the Cadillac.
Car sliding around like crazy could easily be a factor of oil if indeed the number 50 car is losing it. But you're looking at these 2 Ferraris scamper off into the lead. What have you got to do now if you're Porsche to try to strategize, plot, plan for the remainder of this race, knowing that there's a good potential, at least in the early stages, that you're going to be at a pace disadvantage to the 499?
I mean, for Nicholas Nielsen, he needs to be told he has to calm himself a bit down in the way that he's sliding around, but he's still posting equal lap times to the leading cars. So for him in the cockpit of a Ferrari, he's for sure feeling the weight of these cars. You know, the weight of the prototypes nowadays and the hypercars, they are a little heavier than some of these guys are used to drive. And obviously when you take a tire in from cold, I'm sure they have boosted the tire pressures a bit to make sure that they will get away for a decent start through the race. And then sometimes they will take a little bit doing the refueling of bleeding those tires down. And of course, this is now the job. So that's why you hear the feedback from the driver saying the balance is good, but I'm still feeling the car moving or loose or sliding. And there's 2 things to that. That is the wind we talk about, and another aspect could be the tire pressure is increased a little bit too much. And oil. Okay, oil is sometimes visible, sometimes it's not. But nevertheless, as a driver, you need to be calmed down and and not overdrive an already difficult car to drive. And yes, Porsche a little bit on the back foot. Ferrari now, Nicholas Nielsen is putting the fastest lap, and Buemi is equalizing that. And at the moment, it's very, very, there's a picture being painted, but it's way, way, way too early to say that, because some have started with the soft tires. Most of them have done, and in that sense, it's still very, very easy to be carried away with a prediction.
Saw in the back of shot a second ago that the 12 and the 93, the Hertz Team Jota and the Peugeot going wheel to wheel, and the 12 has got ahead. That 12 that's already got such a story already from this week of running at Le Mans. So on board with Makoviecki now as we make our way down the straight. On the number 5 entry, we find ourselves in a holding pattern as everyone takes a breath, and penalties for both Ferraris going to be served in the race. One for a qualifying infringement, another one for an unsafe release into the path of a Cadillac that's got a downright filthy windscreen at the moment out front. And there's a review being, there's a move being reviewed there. Terrestre and Mortara is under review for an incident at Marshall Post 16 on the racetrack.
Yeah, we haven't, I don't think we have seen that one for Terrestre and Mortara, so maybe a bit of coming to blows through the traffic there. It's not been a strong start to the race so far for the number 94 Peugeot. A couple of pit stops for them tackling issues, but we'll see if anything comes of that one. You know, the car that's impressing me at the moment after a tricky start to the year is the number 35 Alpine, fending off the 83 Ferrari at this stage and hanging in there with the 3 Cadillac. LMDH derived car. They've had difficult moments at the start of this year, but this has looked like the strongest event, hasn't it, so far this season for Alpine, and they're suddenly coming into their own around Le Mans.
Yeah, absolutely. And Charles Milesi in the leading one in 6th position. I mean, that's for sure what they have been hoping for, and that is a very good base and foundation for having a crack at the podium. For sure they will be dreaming of that.
Got a LMP2 round of pit stops going on. Panis Racing, United Autosports, Cool Racing and Vector Sport in the beginning of the second round of pit stops for LMP2, who run a tiny bit shorter than the hypercars. First pit callers heralding in another round of pit stops for the full field. Just as we were extolling the excellence of the 35 Alpine, Charles Milesi, the young Frenchman, makes his way across the apex of turn 1 and 2. I tell you what, it won't be the last. That is for sure.
Yeah, and he didn't lose time, but nevertheless, a small crack. The pressure on the drivers, the pressure on the teams is coming up. What about we have Robert on the way now, putting more pressure on him. Charles Milesi.
Yep, that little moment for Charles Milesi. Has ex-F1 talent behind him in the shape of Robert Kubica in this AF Corsa privateer Ferrari, a Polish driver. And yeah, could this be the moment? We said he was doing brilliantly. We said he was fending him off. Could this be the moment where he concedes that position to the Ferrari? This 83 car has not quite been demonstrating the pace, especially here at Le Mans, of the 2 works cars. Now, throughout the season so far, it's been actually right up there, delivering the laps, and actually at times there's been a bit of sort of head turning across the garage from the works cars at this 83 entry, but it seemed a touch off the pace. It was the only Ferrari chassis not to make it through to the hyperpole session. They had a bit of a quieter qualifying process. They may well come into their own though as we get into race pace, and certainly it seems they're doing so now, putting pressure on this 35 Alpine for 6th place in the running so far.
It's pretty cool what's happening now. Talking to Robert yesterday, I think they're a little bit more conservative with the setup. on this yellow Ferrari and going into the endurance in a way of making sure that they can go long with the tires. Because when we get into the situation about changing tires, I would expect they will try to delay it a little bit and in their sense maybe win a little bit on these outlaps of the cold tires. That's the feeling and sense I got from the conversation with a great Polish driver.
Certainly so. 14 sets of tyres available to the teams throughout per car, throughout the 24 hours. That comes out at just under doubles in terms of stints.
Really bad.
Maxime Martin for the 46 WRT there, letting us know he's struggling through sector 3. But every set of tyres you put on the car, you've of course got to take the loss of getting up to temperature. So we do tend to see triple stints as a baseline, and then sometimes quadruple stints in the night. That's what the teams have been telling me they're going to look to do in hypercar.
But also, Swabby, that they only take, sometimes they will just change on the left side or vice versa throughout the race. Not taking 4 tyres every time. That's also a good possibility I think somebody will try to do.
All right, plenty still to be decided here. The 92nd running of the Le Mans 24 hours.
Some seconds are worth more than others. For instance, take this seat. Take this wheel. Take this start. Don't take your eye off the curve. Who knows what lies ahead? Take this way in and this way out. Take every opening, every chance. Overtake this one, these two. Take pleasure in the thrill. Take a second. Relax. There are 86,400 for the taking.
EE's big summer savers are here. Surf super fast with our most reliable full-fiber broadband for only $29.99 a month. So you can work from home and book that summer getaway. It's powered by BT with nothing to pay up front to. No wonder broadband switchers choose EE. Hurry, offer ends 18th of July.
3 in the middle with grilled onions and double cheese. We gotta see that again. Absolute melter. The new hat-trick burger from McDonald's. Get stuck in until the 16th of July.
Yourself. We push the science. Next-gen plant-powered cleaning. New from INEOS.
Sometimes running a business can feel like running a marathon in a desert through quicksand. But Xero accounting software can help keep your business finances running smoothly. Soon that marathon will feel more like a fun rush with a jetpack. Search Xero with an X, because healthy business is beautiful business.
Congrats. See you on Monday.
First job, fantastic. Let's talk pay slips.
Doors closing.
Remember, rent's due tomorrow, mate.
Well done, son. Have you thought about your long-term savings plan?
Find your way to new beginnings with Barclays Life Skills. And join the millions we've helped so far.
Maggie, let's do this.
Barclays. Make money work for you.
Boss Bottle and the new elixir.
Our race leader is coming into the pit lane, and our race leader will have to serve a penalty as we get the penalty out of the way, and they can't touch the car for 10 seconds, Alex.
Yeah, there's the penalty being served. The first thing that will happen straight after that is the fuel hose will be connected, and it seems like an age till it is so. And here's the unsafe release, which led to that penalty then. And what the 50 car would have had to do there is, if it was to fulfill the regulation, is merge behind the Cadillac. Seems tough, doesn't it, at this stage of Le Mans? Only 10 seconds, fuel going in at the regulated rate.
Yeah, but I have to say, very fast decision from Bourdais. There's no doubt that he took avoiding action, and avoiding action, even getting off the throttle. That's unfortunate penalty. I'm sure Niklas Nielsen was not aware of the kite and had to be guided on the radio. So a team mistake, costly for number 50 car.
Yeah, you make a good point, Tom, that's very much on the team, isn't it? To be watching, lifting the lollipop and telling the driver on the radio when it's safe for them to filter back out into the fast lane. Because you can't see out there, can you, when you sit in the car in your pit box?
He's obviously aware that he stops at the same time, but yeah, he should be guided a bit more, there's no doubt. Then it would have just been a clear and easy pit stop normally.
Yeah, very first stint of Le Mans. You tend to get two little gaggles in each class. One set offset early to try to move them, or if they're out of fuel or energy, and then one set on sequence for the rest of the race, and then those stint patterns play out throughout the rest of the race, as we can see as we come into the second round of hypercar pit stops.
Yeah, and getting that's good, just somebody jumps up on the car, getting the windscreen just at the point where you can get a good vision again. I think you touched on it before when we were on Bourdais' windscreen.
Around the circuit, so we're just going to use caution, just get a feel for it all.
With the rain expected in 10 minutes' time then for the field to deal with, I can tell you that the clouds have rolled in and looks slightly ominous out of our commentary box window at the Ford chicane at the end of the lap. The 6 continues to lead the 51. We are into the second round of stops. Rain is forecast for the next 10 minutes. There's plenty going on out there.
I'm sure it's going to come in, obviously, here in the Anar section, coming in over the entry of Porsche. Actually, at this part of the track, the rain will start to come and arrive first. And that is pretty critical to understand the grip level, and you have to analyze it pretty fast, because it takes you another 3 minutes 30 before you're back at the same place at a very fast speed.
Tom, talk us through the resources that the hypercar teams, the big works teams, are going to have to predict the conditions here. So much of this race is about knowing what's going to happen with the elements as early as possible, if not before it happens. What can they do to manage this?
The communication about it, but also the drivers will feel that the temperature is easing a bit off. You can feel that in a racing car. And of course, as we see, the clouds are getting heavier, darker. You just start to feel, and immediately you see that little sprinkle. You will see that at slow corners, not at the high speed, because when you go down the straights, even though it's raining, you will not be able to feel it and see it very well. But at the slow corners, it is possible. Vantor jumps out, and Esther jumps out, and Lotterer jumps in, I want to say, and Vantor jumps out of car 6.
Yeah, another round of pit stop for these leading runners. Got the top 9 runners on pit road. Andre Lotterer will take over the number 6 Penske Porsche, which formerly led the race. Fuel then going in, and I thought I saw a set of soft compound tyres, a move across from the medium compound that they were wearing, sitting there, and indeed it's soft compound tyres for that number 6 Porsche. So a change, as you say, Tom. The conditions now, we can feel it in the commentary box. I'm looking around for the air conditioning control, because the temperature really starting to drop here at Le Mans as we move into this period of potential rain.
So back out onto the circuit we go. And we're expecting the rain in a few moments. It's not too far away. It's moving towards the circuit any moment now. So change of the slick tyres. There's no intermediate tyre available for those in the class, and you can see heading back out there. Another one of the number 5 Porsche heading back out there. We're on board with Nielsen. And let's send it now to a check-in with Andre Lotterer down in the pit lane.
With a race like Le Mans, you know, it doesn't matter if you won it. It's actually even more exciting because you've tasted how good it is to stand up there and be at the top, that you want that again. And it's the biggest and the ultimate and most prestigious race to win. I got really close, you know, in 2017 to win it the 4th time for me and with Porsche, which is a childhood dream, but we unfortunately had to retire just before the end, and so I have still an open bill to finish. Well, last year, of course, we came new in the championship. We came a long way and we improved the car a lot. We brought some new people on board on the team, and that really showed a lot of improvements. And as you can see, we won the first race. We were 2nd in Imola, 2nd in Spa. We're leading the championship, and the drivability of the car is much better. So we're quite upbeat. We have confidence in our procedures and what we do. And then, yeah, the rest is do the job and hope it goes well. To be able to win it with Porsche, with my teammates, with the Penske team, I think for the whole team would be tremendous. But of course, for me, get a 4th one would be cool. If you win 4 times, you enter a bit more legendary status, and I'm keen for that. I can't wait to be there. It's an amazing feeling to be in this place, and the energy from the fans, it's quite incredible. Like they really make us feel like superstars. You cannot walk anywhere. They all want an autograph. There's so much enthusiasm around it. I'm not tired of driving. I'm very motivated. I love it. It's our garden, the racetrack. That's where we want to be every day, so it's good.
Should rain in 2 laps, starting from Indianapolis, should rain in 2 laps. Your P3 on track, next car in front, Toyota number 8 for the position.
That's on board with the now 3rd place. Nicholas Nielsen continues on. Number 50 that was on pole here last year. It's the 51 that took the race victory. It's the 51 that leads at the moment in the hands of Antonio Giovinazzi. He is out front ahead of Sebastian Buemi, who started way down the field in 11th position. He's fought his way through to 2nd on the road, and then Nicholas Nielsen in conversation with his team, which is a pretty apt moment to bring in Lena Gade, 3-time race-winning race engineer at this great old venue. You have so much to run us through from what we've seen in the opening 90 minutes of this one.
Hello.
It's wonderful to have you in the commentary box.
It's nice to be back again. So yeah, there's been a lot going on. From what I can see, lots of different tyre choices for the start of the race. I think there's an opportunity at this point to try different tyres out, see where you're at with different tyre temperatures of the track. What's interesting with the rain now being expected, there's a few cars that have now switched over to soft tyres. That could well be to try and get some performance out of the slick tyres without having to come back in to change to wets. Yeah, and there's been all sorts of pit stops already, so yeah, quite exciting.
It is incredibly exciting. The team manager of Car 50 has been summoned to race control, is the message I can see on the screen. So this is the car that's got an unbelievable amount of pace, but are they going to be able to stay out of race control's clutches? They've already served 1 penalty.
I'm sure it's good to be cleaning. The car is undrivable for two laps.
Copy. Don't be afraid on the bars. You can go to front 4, rear 1. Don't be afraid on the bars for the first couple laps, but understood.
So loads of action on track at the moment. We've had Porsche and Ferrari swapping the lead in the hypercars. GT3, they're absolutely glued together. And Cool Racing have hit the front in LMP2, the number 37 entry, currently topping that class at the moment. The rain is expected as well. We're focusing on the number 3 Cadillac, and we go back now to Buemi in the 8 Toyota that provided so much entertainment here last year, feeling the need to try and break the slipstream for the number 50. Ferrari AF Corsa trying to fight away by the battle at the moment for second place. Antonio Giovinazzi holds the lead for the number 51 Ferrari. Lena Gade is going through all things strategic, the tyre choices, everything a race engineer would have to consider. Delighted to bring into the commentary box for the first time Ollie Webb. Wonderful to have you with us in the commentary. How are you feeling about being this side of the fence, my friend?
Oh, do you know what? I was speaking to a few of the guys in the paddock earlier, and it is, at first, of course, you walk in the paddock, you want to be out there, you get all excited, but to be here and get to enjoy the race without the pressure of actually the nerves and everything beforehand is amazing. And what a race we're seeing already. The fights are just non-stop. I mean, 24 hours of this, even without the weather, is enough.
And you can see, though, that the clouds are closer overhead, and it's getting darker and darker out there, but way earlier than we would expect. We ride on board with the 50, as we have done. Ferrari have been losing a lot of oil out of the back of the car. You will have been in that position in your career.
On that Toyota, they are struggling a lot with balance.
That's our first instruction to a driver to push, and the driver saying, I am pushing, I'm trying to get by. How do you deal with oil out of the back of the car in front? Can you do anything?
It's so hard in these cars because you've got obviously the overflow and everything coming out from the car in front. The closer you get, because you want that slipstream, the more oil you get on your screen. And these windscreen wipers are pretty useless at dispersing things like lubricants and oil and fuel and anything that shouldn't be coming out the back of a car. Now, you have custom tear-offs that get made custom to every one of these screens that get fitted earlier on in the week.
If rain is to come, we expect it turn 17, turn 18, or turn 2 first. Turn
So
17, 18, or 2 first for rain.
The only benefit of that rain is it might help with a little bit of the oil on the screen. So the wipers are good for the oil, as we see the Ferrari here coming past the Lexus, but what it isn't good at is getting rid of the oil and fuel. So that's why those tear-offs are going to start being used more and more and more often throughout these pit stops. And you know, they've got to last the whole race. You can't reapply these all.
Turn 17, you will know better as Mulsanne corner, and that is where they're going to have to be aware, because you are scrubbing off so much speed at that stage of the circuit. That is the number 8 Toyota of Sebastian Buemi, a multiple winner, 4 times a winner of the race here, and finding himself under pressure from the Ferraris, who at this stage have looked really, really good. One had a penalty for qualifying, one had a penalty for an unsafe release into the path of the number 3 Cadillac that has been coated in the oil from one of them out there, as the Toyota team look on, so motivated, Toyota, to try and reclaim their crown at this circuit, dominant for so many years, but we have found ourselves in new territory. These new hypercar rules bringing so many manufacturers, the most ever, into this great contest, and the track has now been declared wet. We have seen spots on the onboard cameras, but the track has now been declared wet. That allows them the option of the tires, and they were told it would be coming from turn 17 and that part of the circuit, so that is where they'll have to be careful. But this is hard enough already. It's ultra competitive out there. You can see the positions gained from where they started the race. It's been a good opening stint also for Sebastian Buemi, but he's under huge pressure. Everyone, though, trying to read the conditions.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds silly, but when it gets declared wet like that and you get told on the radio as a driver, this is when you're learning of the rule book of the car, of everything that's implemented in the car. If you're mid-overtake and you've got to, you know, within a couple of corners, lean down, hit that rain light button, make sure it's on. If it's not on and not working, it's another reason to have to come in the pits and get that changed. So, you know, knowing your car inside out so that all of these things...
In less than 10 minutes. The rain should finish in less than 10 minutes. So we go through it.
Copy.
So in this situation, keeping the heat in the tyres with this light rain, it's just worth staying out there. You know, you're not going to come in for wets in this situation.
So, question for you, Ollie. What I'm noticing at the moment is that the number 6 and the number 5 are out on new soft tyres. For those cars that are out on used soft tyres that might have done 2 stints, does it become more difficult with the rain?
So that's a very good question. So if you've got heat into those new slicks, then the new slicks are definitely better, 100%. However, if you've gone out on brand new, in theory, on a dry track, better tyres, but they don't have the temperature in, you can never get that temperature back in when it's like that. And this is actually slightly harder right in front of our commentary box than we first thought it was going to be, as the number 8 pits right in front of us. So yes, already having the heat in the tyres is the crucial part.
Okay, okay. It'll be interesting to see what the Toyota does now. I think it might make sense to go out on a set of softs.
No, they've got
or wets.
They've got the wet tyres. Now that seems absolutely extraordinary.
Very surprised by that.
It doesn't seem, on the evidence we've seen from our fantastic production team on the ground here, that it would merit this. But Toyota have gone for wet tyres. We haven't seen, now the rain is getting heavier by the second. By the second it's coming down at the Ford chicanes. It's a really tough choice. We've seen this earlier in the season in Imola. Ferrari got it badly wrong at the track that bears their name, and they had to own that mistake. But how long is this weather going to last? Because how you call it here, it could be a massive, massive difference in time. Some coming in, the number 3 Cadillac's coming in. I'm pretty sure I saw an Alpine coming in as well. Yeah, Charles Malaysi's just come into the pits. So some, Lena, gambling on the wet tyres.
Yeah, so I think if you are putting a set of wet tyres on now, you're taking caution. You're trying to make sure that your car stays on the track. It's so early in the race. You know, we've still got 22 hours and 20 minutes to go. There's no point risking anything at this point. If it was sort of a bit later, perhaps that is something to do. But again, these tyres, these cars, if you've got those wet tyres on, you're able to evacuate the water better. So in terms of getting out there and staying on the track, it's probably a better place to be.
This is where it gets really tricky. You can see number 50's wiper, left and right, being put to work. And it's the 51 of Antonio Giovinazzi leading the 50 of Nicholas Nielsen out there. And Buemi deciding to come in along with his team, the number 8 Toyota giving up second place in the race. This is the number 6. That was the one-time leader of the race, pulling out of the slipstream. Ferrari holding a 1-2-3, their factory entries in first and second. The privateer, AF Corsa, in third. And it's that way, might not be for much longer. You can see how dark it's got out there. The rain is getting heavier outside of our commentary box. And
behind you, the Toyota has pitted. Let us know the situation in this lap. We are ready.
Now the track is dry. It was just from Arnage to, let's say, Cassis.
it's getting tighter and tighter between the yellow Ferrari, the 83, and the number 6 Porsche Penske, currently being piloted by Andre Lotterer, who you heard from earlier on in that feature. A driver who knows how to win around here 3 times, a race winner. And we're on board looking backwards from Robert Kubica, one-time Grand Prix winner in Formula 1, and the driver who steps up. He had that hard break here a couple of years ago when he broke down on the last lap in LMP2. And it's tight there as they make their way through. Well, there's plenty going on. You're going to want to join us on the other side of this break, back in a few moments' time, here at the 92nd running here at Le Mans.
This program is presented by Total Energies, official supplier of 100% certified sustainable fuel for the 24 hours of Le Mans.
One moment you're queuing up for stamps, and the next, first class, you're a millionaire. Lotto makes 2 millionaires a week on average. Will you be next?
Born in the wild, rare, intoxicating, the soul Eau Sauvage, Elixir, Dior.
Here we are again, happy as can be. All good pals and jolly good company. La-di-da-di-da, oh la-di-da-di-dee. All good pals and jolly good company.
When you shop electricals with AO, they'll power all the moments that help you live your best life. From quick sizzles, cold tipples, to waiting for final whistles. Life's better when you find exactly what you're looking for, when it comes when you want it, and when it's backed by over 500,000 happy customers. That's why we're the UK's most trusted major electrical retailer. Shop better at AO.com.
Looking for a healthier mouth? Start by saying hello to healthier gums. New Corsidil Active Gum Health mouthwash is specially formulated by our gum experts to target bacteria that brushing leaves behind. And to help prevent further build-up, creates a protective shield, leaving your mouth feeling minty fresh. Say hello to new Corsidil Active Gum Health.
Get your oat ready with AliExpress. Download AliExpress app now and win millions of prizes during UEFA Euro 2024.
Score more when you shop with AliExpress.
The Road to Paris 2024. 6 athletes. 6 sports. 1 Olympic dream.
The second I qualified, it was like, okay, like now I have to manage my time well.
As the clock ticks down, follow their journey.
If you could travel into athletes' mind, I think there's a lot of insecurity.
Chasing Glory, Wednesday on Eurosport and Discovery Plus.
This program is presented by Total Energies, official supplier of 100% certified sustainable fuel for the 24 hours of Le Mans.
Well, we have had a change for the lead. The number 6 is out front. It got past the Ferrari. This is how they did it. Rain is falling, but all 3 of these drivers on slick tyres. So it became a game of instincts, of bravery. And Andre Lotterer, really brave out there, toughed it out, got the move complete, and was able to flash past the number 50, who's been out there for a while without wiper, tells a story. The rain really falling hard, different intensity at different parts of the race. That's how the number 6 Porsche Penske was able to get through.
Okay, so we say out. What tires are the 83 on?
So the number 6 comes in, and Lotterer, having fought hard to take the lead, releases a man who has been through so much. And I know it might be a long way to go, but savor this if you're a Robert Kubica fan, because he's out front and he's in the lead of the Le Mans 24 Hours. The one-time Formula One race winner finds himself at the front in the Ferrari. And after that horrendous accident many years ago, after the hard-fought journey back to the top line of motorsport, it will be satisfying that in these conditions he's been able to tough it out. And on the road, in hypercar at Le Mans, it's the 83 of Robert Kubica that's out front. The Penske Porsche has come in. Andre Lotterer takes on fuel, crucially takes on wet tyres, and the 2 Ferraris continue on. As a race engineer leader, what are you thinking on the wall right now when the 2 cars are about to go side by side?
So there's nothing worse than rain when you're on a tyre that's not quite optimum for the conditions. And somebody once said to me, when it rains, at some point you're always going to be on the wrong tyre. Now, what is interesting is the last laps that those 2 Ferraris did were 5 seconds different. So Kubica's time was a 3:55.8, and the number 50 car did a 4 minutes. That's why I guess they were asking what tyre the number 83 car was on. So that soft tyre is definitely working in these kind of variable conditions. You can see there's sections of the track which aren't quite as wet. If the rain continues, the choice that the Porsche has just made to come in may well pay off. However, if it stops, it might not be.
Just give us an idea of what you're monitoring. What are your eyes glued to at this stage? Looking for that crossover point where wets are definitively the best tyre to be on. At the moment, between these guys out front, only a second a lap difference around the 13 kilometres.
So typically in these kind of situations, you go with what the driver's telling you. So if the driver says, look, this is just a bit too treacherous, I don't think this is a good idea to stay on slick tyres, you go on to the wets. Looking at the lap times, in terms of where they are, you probably also need to look at the sectors, because if a significant portion of the track is dry, you want to stay on slick tyres. If there's a situation where much more of the track is getting wet, you probably want to think about going onto those wet tyres sooner rather than later.
You can see on the left-hand side the drivers who have decided to tough it out, clearly on a tyre that is on the brink of being the wrong one. The yellow flag is out momentarily. You see that top left of your picture. We'll try and pick out why that is. And still they continue with the rain falling. There is blue sky in the distance though, but it looks like it's about 20 minutes away from what we can see.
Yeah, so look, just looking at that graphic, there's a crossover time there of about 5 seconds quicker currently on the wets versus the slicks. As we see the Corvette stopped here, whereabouts that? That looks like it's down the straight before the second chicane, is it?
Yeah, over to the side.
Pulled over right by Marshall's Point.
Down there at Marshall Point 20 on the circuit.
Oh, maybe this is the reason why. Either a separate incident.
Yeah, the Vista
54
AF
Ferrari
Corsa
Vista
down there. And the yellow flag is out there for the moment. Double yellow now as they will look at the possible contact. Either way, two cars finding themselves in that position. We're looking at the 77.
And Lena was just showing me there that crossover that has just started to change back the other way now. There's only 1 to 2 seconds now between those two tyres as it starts to dry up again. So it's, you commit to the wet tyre early enough to make advantage of that 5 seconds a lap for enough time that you've made up your pit stop, or you do it like a couple of the cars just did it, as we see maybe a replay here of the reason why. A triple pass potentially.
Oh, look at that. And once again, the 47 with a third incident of the day.
Not having much luck, is he? That
no, into the side of the 54. And Thomas Floor behind the wheel.
I'd like to see it again. I'd like to see it again because I think there was a distraction there with the two P2 cars focusing on each other and therefore not knowing how alongside he is with the Vista Ferrari to know if you have the space. As you can see in what was one of the wetter parts of the track, now a dry line.
If you're just switching on, if you're just pressing play, you are watching the 24 Hours of Le Mans being led at the moment by Robert Kubica on slick tyres on what was a very wet track at one point, what could be a potentially drying track. Plenty out there went for the safe option, went for the wet tyre, and still the 83 and the 50 continue to dice out front in the yellow livery. The privateer entry, the AF Corsa, and then the factory car, the 50, the one that was on the pole here last year, the one that is currently giving chase, trying to reclaim the race lead that it's had. We've had the number 6 Porsche out front, we've had the number 50 out front as well, we've had the 51 piloted in the hands of Antonio Giovinazzi when that was the car in the lead, and now we have Robert Kubica, who will be enjoying every single lap, and he's earned this.
So rain in sector 1 as there are passes around the outside. So these passes around the outside, you can start to use outside of the dotted white lines more and more as the race goes on. Now, you wouldn't think I'd be saying that as you see them both side by side here for the lead. This is around the outside, but into a damp section. So I don't think we're going to do that Ferrari on Ferrari, or at least on the radio that'll be being said. So yeah, you can start to use outside of the white lines as the race goes on, because the gravel, and a switch back there for traction.
So under traction could be a change for lead out front. They're still running side by side. Lena's shaking her head. It's not what a race engineer would want to see. Robert Kubica wants to hang on to the lead for as long as possible. And to the inside, Nielsen wants to reclaim what he had. They're still side by side in these incredibly treacherous conditions. The Proton in the background with a wonderful look. And Kubica again says, I'm not yielding. I'm having every moment I can in the lead of the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
He's got some confidence in these conditions, hasn't he, in that car, and that is just showing. I mean, I've watched some of his onboards before. I've been very lucky to be in the same car as him before, and it's just mightily impressive, and how quickly he can get used to these cars.
Okay, the 50 is to the inside this time, and once again, no way by. They're putting on a show out front. Right, so this hypercar class, the race has been decided at this stage. The order that you can see on the left-hand side of your picture has been decided by those who have come in to get rid of the slick tyres compared to those who have toughed it out. And those who have toughed it out now find themselves back in a very similar situation. Just looking for Sebastian Buemi's time. Last time around, it was a 3:50.5. Our race leader did a 3:44.1. So those on slick tyres at this stage of proceedings looks like they've made it through the worst of the conditions, and their gamble, and it was a gamble, by the way, it was raining sideways into our commentary box window, it's paid off for the moment.
Yeah, it has paid off. Just being able to keep it on track, not using too much entry or exit curbs, so you don't get any of that wheel spin that snaps these large, heavy cars around, and being able to focus on just being consistent and safe, it has created that overlap. And the wets were really only 4 or 5 seconds quicker for a few laps, and it wasn't enough to make up for the pit stop.
Robert Schwartzman is ready to take over what is currently the race-leading car. Lena.
So, at this point, if you know that you're not going to get any more rain, and potentially that's where Ferrari are at if they're coming in for a stop, you would look at making sure that you've got your set of slicks ready, that you've got good information actually being transmitted to the next driver about the conditions of the track, especially when it's a bit sort of variable like this. That second driver does need to know where the wet patches are.
What a time for Robert Schwartzman to be starting his first race stint.
Nothing like making it a challenge.
That is a complete...
No, you want to start at the back and make your way through. It's much more comfortable.
It's Le Mans. It doesn't need to be comfortable.
The Toyota, the number 8, is taking on fuel there.
With some slicks in the background.
And they're going to change the tyres. So they went in the cautious route. The car that had made its way up to second place in the race, and Sebastian Buemi chasing a 5th victory here. Went down the cautious route. You can understand that. We've got 22 hours to go. We're getting excited in the commentary box because it is exciting. It's hugely competitive this year. Multiple competitors, manufacturers involved. The 51 has gone on to that yellow-walled medium tyre. I can tell you the white is the soft in our race today. The red is the hard, and the medium remains the yellow, as it is in other championships as well.
And as these guys pit, it's a good time to talk about the fact that now we have the rules where you're allowed to wheel spin in the pits, and this is crucial for building up heat in the tyre. Now, if you're one of the cars that have the front wheel hybrid and are able to wheel spin the front, that generates heat in a front tyre, which is a lot harder to get heat in on track because of the way that the other cars work with all of the power going through the rear wheels. You naturally create more heat on an outlap from a rear wheel drive car. So the cars that are able to wheel spin their fronts out the pit lane are gaining a big advantage.
We're continuing to watch the battle out front. Let's go on board. What a great sight, what a great sound. We went from the chasing number 50 to the 83. They were chasing setup in this car in the dry. Give Robert Kubica a mixed condition. He absolutely thrived. I can tell you the contact between Floor and Rao, the 54 car that we saw off from the GT3 class and the 47 of Rao, which has had plenty of incidents. That's from the LMP2 class. That's under investigation for the contact that we saw. And the GT3 car of Floor heading off the road, bringing out the yellow flag a few moments ago. Understandably under investigation at race control. My word, they've been busy, and we're only 2 hours in. Robert Kubica with the AF Corsa continues to lead out front, chased by the factory entry, number 50. Then that 12 car of the Hertz Team Jota car that was in the barriers earlier in the week, on the airfield being shaken down. 3 2-week build being completed by some exhausted mechanics down there who've had about 1 hour's sleep in the last 48. Good job that they're not planning to stay up all night. That's the magic of Le Mans. And they will try and get a little bit of kip and hope their drivers can behave themselves. They've done more than that. They've managed to get up to third on the road. We saw plenty out there gamble on coming in and going. Well, those who gambled stayed out on the slicks. Those who went the safe way went towards the wet tyre. Some have come in to correct that error. You've got no choice now. The slick tyre is clearly the right one to be on. That's why we're watching the Ferrari separated by half a second when we go and look at the hypercar class. And this time, is it finally a definitive move? The more it dries out, you'd expect this to be the case.
With the rain, with the wet tires, we are going to box for soft.
That's Andre Lotterer being talked to. The number 6 did not choose to stay out on the track. And how good was it to see Robert Kubica at the head of this field for a few moments in those mixed conditions. As it continues to dry out, the factory entry is always going to be the car that you would expect to have the better setup. And Nicholas Nielsen takes the 50 back to the front of the race. He gets by and he will try and build a gap. It is a drive-through penalty for car 54 for causing a collision, and that's Floor judged, Thomas Floor, Swiss driver, judged to be the one at fault.
Yeah, so I guess with those two LMP2 cars fighting for that inside line, but him being wide and looking like he was moving to let them pass and having such a sharp cut across, I did want to see the replay, but I mean the natural instinct was that was the situation. We were talking about Hertz Team Jota earlier, and they are in third, which is amazing, but with quite a big gap. I'd like to see a replay of the start as well, because they lost a lot of positions there at the start. It seemed like they didn't have much power pulling off the line, and they fell about 12 places, I think, by the time they got through the first sector, and then it started to pick up again.
We're looking further back. This is the battle for second place in GT3. This new specification of car for 2024 and the 92nd running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. They've got the Iron Dames entry putting the pressure on as they try to contend with their place in the race. You've got the BMW coming through.
Very careful in between the second chicane and Arnage. Very careful.
So the dampest place, I guess, left on the track now is down towards Arnage, and going back to the leaders with only 2 tenths apart between them, but both being effectively Ferrari, although be it one privateer and one factory team. These guys can work together here, only overtake each other in safe places, use each other as a slipstream when they can. Yes, everyone's fighting for themselves. I know you're giving me that look, Lynn, and that is what everyone is totally in it for themselves, but you have a little bit more trust in your teammate or co-car than you would do if you were battling between a P2 lead that was in front of you and being able to do that dive bomb or not. They have a little bit of breathing space, 25 seconds, sounds like a lot in a sprint race, but with 21 or 22 hours, 21 hours and 59 minutes to go, that is still a decent gap for now.
That's Ollie Webb talking to Lena Gade, and they're going to be joined. What a treat for you all watching at home. Please welcome back to Eurosport, Ben Edwards, who's going to be on this mic in a few seconds' time. Lena, first to you.
Yeah, so interestingly enough, the first sort of 6 cars there, they all stayed out on those slick tyres, and the gap basically between them and everybody that came in to change is around about an extra minute. So it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out, because everyone's just going to wait until they actually get to the point where they actually need to stop, take fuel, change tyres, potentially change driver as well.
Well, it's great to be with you guys here. Ben Edwards joining the team and enjoying the first part of this race. It's been fascinating, and of course with weather coming in as it has been and changing things, how bright it's got out there now. We had that heavy rain earlier and so many cars did come in on wets, but those that have stayed out on slicks, as you say, have really benefited from it. And it's fascinating to see Hertz Team Jota jumping back up. Ollie, we were talking earlier about the fact that they dropped a load of places at the start of the race, but now they're running in 3rd position with that car.
I think they're the biggest gainers of everyone, and without us even really, or at least myself, noticing when I'm looking at the timing screen, for them to end up where they are now and not a pit stop out, we're not at that stage where we're seeing these weird overlaps. Yeah, they've been the biggest gainers out of this, and their pace is consistent with those of the leaders.
And I think as we look at we look at it, it's going to be making changes all the way down the line, so it's fun to see. Ferrari AF Corse are currently leading from the other Ferrari, 1-2 for Ferrari, with the Porsches in 3rd and 4th place at this stage.
This program is presented by Total Energies, official supplier of 100% certified sustainable fuel for the 24 hours of Le Mans.
Vauxhall's new electric vans are powering Britain. We're the #1 electric choice for British business, and we're transforming the way it moves. Vauxhall's best-selling electric van range, energising a better Britain.
Here we are again, happy as can be. All good pals and jolly good company. La-dee-da-dee-da, oh la-dee-da-dee-dee. All good pals and jolly good company.
The O2 sale is now on, with savings up to £500 on phones, tablets, smartwatches and SIMs. Plus, we're the only major network that lets you roam freely in the EU, up to 25 gig. O2, see what you can do.
No sign of him yet, Money Super 7? I had high hopes for you tonight.
High hopes. That's him.
Go, go, go. Let's give him what he deserves.
Your rewards from Money Supermarket. You're gonna love them. Welcome to the Super Save Club.
The Super Save Club from Money Supermarket. It's seriously rewarding.
So, if you scroll down to the last section, you'll see the figures at the bottom. The target acquisition ambition. What happened there?
Apologies. I wish my computer would behave itself.
Viagra Connect. Loving your love life.
Pepsi, thirsty for more.
I love this car. But what if it gets cracked? Can I actually do this? Oh, yes.
What's that, love?
Said let's do this.
Enjoy the leap with Churchill.
This is more than just fishing to make money. It's a race against time.
Look out, John. Look out, Keith. Look out, Sig. This is the deadliest job in the world.
This year, we have to fish like every string is the last string that we're ever going to set. Brand new Deadliest Catch, Wednesday at 9 on Discovery.
This program is presented by Total Energies, official supplier of 100% certified sustainable fuel for the 24 hours of Le Mans.
The battle in the hypercars continues then, with two Ferraris up front, the official works Ferrari, of course, and then the semi-privateer.
2 laps to go, 50 isn't formed to full push.
Yeah, 2 laps to go to the next pit stop, that's what they're talking about. And we're going to be looking at what tyres they're going to be using when they get back out there.
So yeah, we were talking just before the break there about the difference between the privateer Ferrari and the works Ferrari, but they are inherently, you know, there's a lot of crossover there. And as we just heard then on the radio, his engineer to Kubica basically informing him what the other car in front is doing. So apart from all the advanced information we have on all of our screens these days, the app and everything else that we can see, they will also have a communication between them, and I'm sure they'll be sharing what the best strategy is, because yes, they all want to fight for themselves, but the idea is, hey, let's get all of us up to the front and then let's figure it out in the last 6 hours and we can start fighting between ourselves.
6 hours.
1 hour, 12 hours, 24.
I agree, though. No, and it's a very connected team. They do kind of try and run them separately, but it's AF Corsa at the end of the day that are running these cars, so they're very, very connected, as you say. Now, we are expecting them not straight in just yet, but soon they will be coming into the pits, and we'll see how that works. Meanwhile, of course, we've still got the other battles going on in the classes in LMP2 at the moment. Vladislav Alomko is leading into Europol. That's tricky when your mirror's dangling.
Yeah, so the 50 pits, and hopefully that can be the guy who does the... So you've got 4 people who will do the pit stop radio for a 50 hit.
Yeah, no problem, mate. Just leave the wind.
Yeah, mate, we're gonna box. We think the soft is a safer choice for the weather that is upcoming. We will put Antonio with the soft. We think it's a safer choice.
Yeah, are they going to be able to reattach that, do you think?
So looking at the bracket, that actually looks like it's sheared. I thought that was a clip, but the vibrations here from the curbs at Le Mans, especially on the exit curbs, are very, very vicious, and the high frequency that you get from a street circuit versus a smooth asphalt. A nice little pat on the bum there as the teammate gets in, getting ready to go between teammates, getting a bit G'd up before he goes out. But yeah, so it looks like overruling from the engineers of the number 50 Ferrari. A huge crash. Is that the Vista Ferrari floor car who just got a penalty earlier as well, and that is in the Dunlop chicane, isn't it? So double yellow at MP3, and it more than likely there has come through Dunlop curve, got wide, there we go, on the brakes with too much right-hand lock-on. That unsettles the car, the weight goes on the rear left, and unfortunately there you've got brick wall and then into the side of the tyre barrier.
Oh my goodness, that's a big hit, isn't it, as well? And very unfortunate indeed. That is, as you say, for the number 54 Vista AF Corsa, that's Thomas Floor who's in that car at the moment, and that has gone wrong. So we're back to yellow flags out on track at the moment.
So it's a common place to crash there, so especially for the GT cars, because they are loaded and softer for longer. So you can go through that corner, unless you have time to progressively lift off the throttle, straighten the wheel, even out the weight between your 4 tyres before you hit the brakes, as we see the number 50 leaving with the same wing mirror, which, although it's an LCD screen and can still show the same view, so it's funny to say, but because it's now dangling down, he still can see out the back of it, because